Okay, morena tato. Welcome everybody. I declare the meeting open of the governing body of Auckland Council. A couple of reminders. The meeting is live webcast. We have electronic meeting attendance protocols in place, and I would ask you to observe them if you're online. You should be in a secure place during the meeting. You should not be driving when connected to the meeting, and turn your camera on when you're speaking. For those present in the room, please be present in the meeting and ensure your phone is turned off or at the very least on silent. Make sure you're connected to the meeting via Resolve and Board View. It'll be essential for today's meeting. There'll be voting. There's no attendance by electronic link.
Councillor Foley.
Oh, Councillor Foley, there is one. Apologies. Councillor Foley.
She's online.
Oh, there you are. And hang on. We don't have to move that.
No.
I'd like to acknowledge that the passing of Sir Barry Curtis, who was the Mayor of Manukau City, and I knew him quite well, a good man. I think Alf Filippino would like to have a few words as the person who was closest to him. Alf?
Tēnā koutou katoa. I rise as somebody who wishes to acknowledge Sir Barry Curtis, who passed away yesterday. He passed away peacefully at his Eastern Beach house. My humble apologies to you all. He's survived by his three daughters, Rachel, Sarah and Debbie, and his sister, and his grandchildren. My history with Sir Barry goes back many, many years when I joined the police way back in 1978. I became to know him even more closely when I got elected onto the Manukau City Council in 2003. One of the first jobs he gave me in the re-election in 2004 was the chair of the Transport Committee. Man, I don't want to waffle, but man, that man meant so much to me. Look, I'm just going to read the stuff because if I end up bloody waffling on, I'm going to get worse. So Sir Barry Curtis was first elected as a councillor in 1968. He was the longest serving Manukau mayor in the day. And in 2007, he decided to retire from politics. He was also he ended up on the Auckland Regional Authority from 1971. I know that with Sir Barry Curtis, he ended up, he brought Manukau City Council and our community together. Look, I think I'm going to stop because it's going to be even worse for me, but I know that there's the funeral arrangements, and I know that Phil, to you, seeing him, I saw Sir Barry on Friday, and for me, he just seemed really well, even though he was going through some health issues, but look, it was just a shock. I just wanted to acknowledge him. To you, Phil, and Mike Lee's not here, but Mike ended up coming through a few times to see him. I'm going to stop it now, but look, I just want to acknowledge him. Kia ora. Thank you.
I think thank you, Al, for that. We'll observe a moment silent by standing for a moment, everybody else excepting me. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Apologies for lateness from councillors Newman and Lee and Sayers. And actually, no apologies from Lee, sorry. An early departure from Newman. I'll move the apologies, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Declarations of interest of none. Anybody want to declare any particular interest? No interest at all. Fancy that. Confirmation of minutes. I'll move the minutes of the last meeting, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Items not on the agenda today. We have a confidential item today. You'll have received the information explaining what that item is and why it needs to be considered. I'll move that. I was going to ask Councillor Newman to second that one, but Deputy Mayor will move that. It doesn't affect you guys, mate. It's just a,
You're going to second it to get it on the agenda?
yeah, it was seconded by Deputy Mayor. Auckland Transport Board appointments. That's what it's about. Okay. We'll consider those at the end of the day and confidential. So that's about the Auckland Transport Board appointment.
Can you put that?
Yeah.
Put it?
I'll put that we have to put it that we're going to accept that, right? All those in favour say aye. Contrary, carried. We'll discuss that later at the end of the day. No petitions, public input. There's a public, I'm reading it, there's a public input from Glenys Slattery, which was declined. It was about stormwater problem on her property. There's some legal issues surrounding this, and Councillor Sayers and our recovery team is in touch about a way forward for the matter. We have accepted requests. We can't have a shamble of a meeting on Western Springs like last time, but we have a lot we need to get through today. Today's item being discussed in public is about the future of Western Springs, not past decisions we've already made. They have been very strong in enforcing it. Standing Order 3.9.1 limits public input to 30 minutes. And given the size of today's agenda and in the interest of time, please keep questions to questions, not statements or rambles. We're going to have 3 questions per submitter, and each submitter has 5 minutes to present. I'd like ask Bronwyn Carruthers of the Western Springs Speedway Association to come forward speaking about the EIO process and not adopting option 2. Okay. Bronwyn, are you here? Are you here on behalf of a client or yourself?
On behalf of the client, so could you...
And the client is?
As per my request on behalf of Western Springs Speedway Association.
Okay. Just one question before you start. I understand the society was only incorporated on the 6th of December in 2024.
That's correct.
So that was actually 6 months after the expression of interest
That's correct.
closed. Okay, so it didn't exist before. Okay,
That's right.
You go.
Thank you. So firstly, thank you for allowing me to speak in advance of your consideration of item 8.4 today. This is in opposition to the recommendations D and E relating to revised option 2 in the item, and a request that you instead endorse option 3B. I'm going to speak briefly, but in relation to 2 topics. Firstly, the context as to why I'm here this morning, and then secondly, the report that is in front of you for consideration. So dealing first with context, as I just discussed with the Mayor, the EIO process commenced in June 2024. It was undertaken, and this is a direct quote from the document, to gain an understanding of new and innovative ideas for the long-term future of the stadium and assess them against the status quo. Now, at that time, the status quo was Speedway, Ponsonby Rugby, and concerts. There was no need for the status quo to submit. Now, the association was then formed 6 months later in December 2024, and its purpose under its constitution was threefold, but one being to advocate for the continued presence of Speedway at Western Springs. Now, the judicial review proceedings, and I will not speak to them today in light of the clear standing orders, but the judicial review proceedings filed in April of last year challenged decisions made by Tātaki and Auckland Council. The council decisions that are challenged is firstly the refusal to members of Speedway to speak prior to the decision, the decision to remove Speedway from Western Springs and consolidate at Waikaraka Park, and a refusal for information that had been requested at the time, which has since been provided. There are 5 grounds of review. What is important for this meeting is that the council defence says that no decision has been made to remove Speedway from Western Springs and consolidate it at Waikaraka Park. So no decision as yet on Speedway at Western Springs. Now, that is contrary to clear statements that have been made at these meetings and workshops since. The 1st of May meeting last year, the March workshop a few weeks ago, and the item itself before you today. All indicate that that decision, at least in some of your minds, has been made. Now, this provides a bit of a quandary in that the statement of defence position by Council and Tātaki is helpful in the suggestion that no decision has been made, but all indications at meetings since are to the contrary, which obviously strengthens my client's position on JR, but has also made it difficult to get any traction on option 3B. Now, that judicial review hearing is scheduled for mid-July. The decision could be anticipated by Christmas, which means you have time to fairly pursue option 3B. Turning then to the item before you today, as I said before, the status quo at the time this process started had Speedway, Ponsonby Rugby and concerts. That status quo changed in March last year when the venue hire agreement with Palmerston North Speedway Limited ended. There is no analysis before you against the status quo as it was at the start of the EIO process, which was what the process said would happen. The consultation you undertook last year was strongly in support of the return of Speedway. As noted in the report before you, option 3B, 33% support, with 80% of those specifically referencing Speedway. Option 3A, 16% in support, with many of those supporting the return of Speedway. Now, this is one of the problems from the way the consultation was run and the confusion as to what option entailed Speedway at Western Springs. But if you add those two options together, that is 49% in support of options other than 2. Options involving Speedway. Now, option 2 has since been further developed at the direction of the Tātaki board. I would say that the projections in figure 1 of your item are somewhat questionable, but in any event, it looks to be a refocus from the large concerts that have always been at Western Springs to mid-sized concerts between the indoor venues and stadia. So those are the size of concerts between what would happen in an indoor venue and the stadia. That does not reflect the past use of Western Springs and may well need to be reflected on since the Eden Park 2.1 decision are recently taken. The primary increase is in something called boutique sports events, which are undefined in the report before you, but references to NPC rugby and other sports occurring on a rectangular field requiring broadcasting. In this option, there is no analysis of retaining Speedway in the mix of other activities or scheduling, beyond one comment at para 86 that is unsubstantiated. Option 3 has not been similarly progressed, despite the provision of an option as a starter by WSSA. 3 reasons are given for not doing so. One is implications for recent investment at Waikaraka Park. Now that's the actual subject of the judicial review and is not a valid reason. Secondly, uncertainty for Ponsonby Rugby. Again, there is none. They have always coexisted. And then in paragraph 81, that it would effectively revisit or extend a process that has already identified a credible pathway forward. Now that is not the relevant question or test for you. So none of the reasons given in the item for not progressing option 3B further are valid in any way. The proposal that's been put forward by the association provides for speedway, events, Ponsonby Rugby and other rectangular field sports events for broadcast. It is far superior to option 2. So my request is you endorse option 3B instead, allowing proper consideration of speedway at Western Springs, mid-sized events if that is indeed the focus, a long-term home for Ponsonby Rugby, capable of other sports events that require broadcast as well. Thank you.
Councillor Watson has a question.
Thank you, Bronwyn, for that presentation. You referred to our agenda item here, and you may or may not have seen that part of it has a section to do with litigation risk. There's a section there that points out the warnings with that. Some of what you said today is certainly news to me, and particularly as it goes to this notion of decisions. As I understand what you said there, Council says no decision has been made, yet in our very agenda, I think there's at least 3 or 4 references to decisions being made. And of course, people who attend workshops are well aware that that statement has been made on a number of occasions. So my simple question at the end of all that is, in terms of, without going into detail, the council substantive defence, in terms of decision-making process, what's your view on the likelihood of success then, from your view, in respect of the decision-making defence, given that it's referenced multiple times in this agenda?
I would say that all meetings held since the judicial review were filed have strengthened the likelihood of success of the proceedings.
No further questions up here, so... Oh, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning. In terms of the recommended option of building a semi-permanent stage, the Western Springs, so-called Western Springs Bowl option, building a 2.5 million stage across the track, is that likely to mean a fait accompli in terms of, there is recent case law about a successful judicial review, but because of the reality on the ground, the judgment could make no direction, in this case to the Wellington City Council, to put things back, given the amount of expenditure. Do you think, and assuming good faith on behalf of Tātaki Auckland Unlimited, that this could perhaps inadvertently mean a fait accompli and therefore in effect sabotage the objectives of the judicial review? Is there a danger in that, or to be seen to be doing that?
I don't want this to be perceived as a threat, but if the council endorses option 2 and the plan is to undertake any physical works at Western Springs in advance of the outcome of the judicial review, then an injunction will be applied for to stop any such works happening so that that exact situation doesn't occur.
So just so I heard it right, if the recommended decision is taken, it's likely to result in an injunction, is that correct?
An application for the injunction, I can't determine obviously whether the court would grant it or not, but yes, there would be further litigation in the event option 2 is chosen today.
Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you very much. In your learned opinion, who is the owner of this consultation process? Is it Tātaki Unlimited, is it Auckland Council, or do they jointly own this process?
Both entities have obligations in relation to the consultation process, but this is a decision for the council in terms of what occurs with this asset.
I'm confused because at different times I've had questions buffered because I'm told I'm presenting them to the wrong entity. So both Tātaki and Auckland Council have a responsibility in the outcome, is that correct?
In my opinion, yes.
Thank you.
I've actually had 3. I was going to limit it to 3 today. So do you really have a question?
My question was simply that in the time restraints of public forum, were there any other fresh matters that the submitter wished to draw to our attention?
Not that I'm aware of, but thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. There's a recommendation that we receive the public input from Bronwyn and Carruthers on behalf of Western Springs Speedway Association regarding the use, and thank you for your attendance. I'll move that. Seconded by the Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour, say aye. Contrary, carried. Thank you very much, Bronwyn. The next item is I'd like to bring Brent Eccles from Eccles Entertainment to the front, please. Good morning.
Start it off. All right, here we go. My way. My name is Brent Eccles. I was born in Auckland at 32 Stamford Park Road, Mount Roskill. I am an independent concert promoter and booking agent. I have 53 years experience in the contemporary music industry. Along with my business partner, Campbell Smith, similar experience, but who won't admit to being as old as me, we were inspired to present this proposal to you, a proposal to make the Bowl at Western Springs Stadium a viable concert venue for contemporary music. Our inspiration is the Hollywood Bowl. Our inspiration is to bring to life an existing Auckland asset with its own place in the landscape of New Zealand concert venues. Western Springs is a rare asset for a major city, a large capacity, central, easily accessible, a natural amphitheatre with flat grassed areas, concrete terraces, toilet facilities, and permanent ticket entry gates. Few other cities have anything like this that we have at the Springs. Those that do, such as the Hollywood Bowl in Los Angeles or Red Rocks in Denver, they hold them close. With the Speedway track now gone and grassed, the barrier wall painted, it has taken on another dimension. Once we had a permanent stage in its traditional iconic position and VIP structures, it comes to life. It's an extremely attractive venue to agents, promoters, managers, artists worldwide in the 10,000 to 30,000 capacity range. It's iconic. It has an astounding history and stands apart from yet another show in the sports stadium. Together with the outer fields, the entire precinct will be very enticing to festival promoters, as it was for the final big day out, Auckland City Limits, and now for Laneway Festival. So why Western Springs? Campbell and I can see a gap in the market for a cost-effective general admission, 10,000 to 30,000 capacity venue with a permanent stage and 3 sets of Kiwi-style VIP infrastructure. The emphasis on general admission, in other words, no reserve seating. With the cost equation and the general admission capacity, we know this will be appealing to international agents and promoters who make decisions about where artists play and bottom line viability. Our proposal sits in conjunction with Ponsonby Rugby Club. Brian Williams, great respect. We intend to use the venue in summer, and in turn Ponsonby Rugby Club use it in the winter, and we can share existing and new infrastructure. For example, our stage platform would become a corporate VIP hosting area for Ponsonby Rugby Club right outside their club rooms. Traditional sports stadiums, Eden Park, Go Media, North Harbour, are not built for concerts, nor with them in mind. They take a lot of money and labour to turn them into concert venues, and in our experience, only not financially viable for 30,000 and less capacity shows. So what is the biggest cost? The stage with its accompanying infrastructure and labour is hundreds of thousands of dollars. No sports stadium has a permanent stage. Every show in a sports stadium requires a start-from-scratch stage build. The same applies to so-called greenfield sites such as the Domain. Now, there are certain acts that will always play Eden Park. At 60,000 capacity, so they should. The top end of a touring artist like Sir Paul McCartney, Coldplay, Pink, Billy Joel, Taylor Swift, the Rolling Stones. I could go on. It's the perfect environment for them. But the same venue at 10 to 30,000 is not viable. A quick look at Western Springs show history. The first show I saw there was Creedence Clearwater Revival in 1973, then Led Zeppelin, Joe Cocker, Three Dog Night, David Bowie, the Rolling Stones, many, many more. Bob Marley, ZZ Top, Pink Floyd, the Police, Rod Stewart, Foo Fighters, AC/DC, Bruce Springsteen, and so on. Also, Crowded House, and then we put in 660, who once again brought Western Springs to the attention of the world. Artists love great venues, and we are sure word will spread fast. And my business represents 32 New Zealand artists, including 660, Fat Freddy's Drop, Marlon Williams, and Katie Bell. Campbell and I are very proud New Zealanders. In fact, very proud Aucklanders. We're independent, New Zealand owned, and have spent most of our lives supporting the New Zealand music industry. We are lifers. It's almost as if our collective experience has brought us to this meeting today. We don't make our proposition lightly. We hope you will join us to make this a success, the success it deserves to be, alongside Ponsonby Rugby Club, the city, and the contemporary music concert goers of New Zealand. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I've got a question from Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Eccles, for your presentation. I understand as a proponent of option 2, you've been providing some advice to Tātaki along the way. I wonder if you just could clear up an issue for me. When this item went out to the local boards on the 18th of March, we were told that the commercial structure for CRS Records and Eccles Entertainment provides for you being remunerated for your contribution by way of a profit share from the concert events, and that seems to have changed in this agenda into something a little bit different, whereby sorry, I seem to have lost, yes, where it's quite a different commercial arrangement that's being anticipated. Are you able to provide a comment on that?
Well, thanks for your question. Sort of. I mean, I do need to get paid. I need to live. So, but the actual detail of that has not been settled.
Okay, so the assertion in the first time came out said that, you know, a profit share had, essentially that was the way it was going to roll out. This one now is, you're saying, it's an arrangement that is to be negotiated in the future. There's nothing.
Yeah. So we spent a lot of time on the profit share. I'm not familiar with that. But we spent a lot of time and thinking about how we can make the venue a better venue, and months and months and months, and talking to Tautaki about it. When it comes down to it, I'd like to be paid. I need to live. So, but that arrangement hasn't been settled.
Sorry, final question. And are you contemplating putting in any investment in you or Campbell?
My investment's IP.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Yeah, I heard you say that we were going to have Kiwi-style VIP structures. What do you mean by that?
Well, if you look at you can do this two ways. You can spend an awful lot of money to spend something that doesn't really work. So we look at the venue, look at the lay of it, and go, in the terraces, if you added a riser on the terraces and put some boxes in there like the tennis, and just have an umbrella and room for like 4 or 6 people, and they have full service. That's one. So it doesn't take much infrastructure. 2 would be a barbecue area on Hauraki Hill, like a barbecue party idea on Hauraki Hill. Again, very little infrastructure. And then if you use this current Speedway corporate box as a entertaining area, then when the show starts, bring them down to the front of the stage. There's another VIP area there. So they actually exist. With a little bit of work, they can make them great. What's happening today at concerts in general is the VIP is very, very popular. So venues, if they want to compete in that area, have to make interesting VIP. And we're not talking about a corporate box like at Eden Park. That's a different thing. This is more with your mates and having a good time, but separate from the public. It's a Kiwi idea.
Thank you. I have seen a graphic of it. Good to hear of good old Kiwi ingenuity. But then on the other side of that, this council's just committed millions of dollars to upgrading Eden Park to deliver those sorts of structures. So I'm not a muso by any means, but while I heard you talking, you named a whole bunch of super big vans and people that I've heard of in my Springsteen was the only one I wrote down. Is this not direct conflict to Eden Park?
No, if you look at the 10 to 30,000 capacity and general admission, not reserved seating, there's a whole market there. Those acts could not play Eden Park. It's not viable. They would lose money.
So
the way to make it viable is to put a permanent stage in and make it as turnkey as you possibly can, because Western Springs already has a lot of great assets. It has the terraces, it has the GA field, has gates already. So the cost of putting a show on there is much, much less than Eden Park.
So you are in competition with Eden Park?
Pardon?
You are in competition with Eden Park?
No, because Eden Park would not attract. If you had an artist that was going to do 25,000, there's no way you would consider Eden Park.
Not what Eden Park tells us. Thank you.
No, I can tell you. I can tell you because I know. I see the budgets. I know the bottom line. But if you're going to sell 1,000 tickets, you would go to the Power Station or Bruce Mason. You wouldn't go to the Town Hall because it's only half the venue. Agents will not put artists in a venue that's half sold.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Newman.
Good morning. Give me an argument as to why my ratepayers in my ward in South Auckland should be funding a stage as opposed to the event promoters themselves.
Oh, well, the way that the rental goes is that the stage is included in the rental of the venue. So I don't think the ratepayers are paying for the use of the venue of the stage at the concert. There's still a concert budget with costs. The way we go to market saying, here is a venue with a stage, it's already there, all that cost is way down. That's the attractive part of it. And the ratepayers don't pay for the stage.
Okay, and so what about the event promoter? What risk does the event promoter take? I mean, I'm not a particularly fun person, so I don't know your industry very well, but explain to me why the cost should be borne by someone other than the event promoter.
It is.
Not the capital cost of the stage in the first place. It's a permanent structure.
Well, okay, so there is a stage that exists that we can put in there, needs to be put in there in the first place.
By someone else.
Yes. Yeah.
That's good.
Well, once it's in there, the proposition for a promoter bringing shows in is de-risked and more attractive at that size venue.
It's de-risked to the event promoter, but,
Yes.
but okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the presentation. I'll move that we receive this.
I've got a question, Mr. Mayor.
We didn't have it. You went on here. Okay. Pay attention.
Thank you. Thank you. In terms of the stage, you've referred to it 3 times as permanent, and yet Tātaki is telling us it's semi-permanent. Can you explain the difference?
Okay, that's a good question. In terms of a concert promoter who wants to put a show in there, we're selling the venue as a permanent stage. They're not having to pay the labour or huge setup costs of putting a stage in. We're selling it as a permanent stage. In reality, it will go in and can be taken out at any time possibly. But in terms of how we're selling the actual venue to promoters, it has a permanent stage.
Okay, so for us, it's semi-permanent, but for the promoters, it's permanent. Okay, I'll get my head around that one. The next question is, you reel off a galaxy of stars that have performed at Western Springs, and you want to return, bring us back to those halcyon years. Is that what you're...
No, I was just saying that's the history. Most of those artists I've referred to were played in Park because it's a,
Okay. Let's settle on the Rolling Stones. So you weren't talking... So
Rolling Stones.
Okay, I missed your
Rolling
point.
Stones came to New Zealand. They played in
We
Park.
know about the famous Rolling Stones concert and others. Now, that took place with Speedway. And my question to you is, could you consider an option where you could work with Speedway? Should the council, listening to the public, decide to bring Speedway back? Do you think your model could, modified model could work in that sense?
This is predicated on there being no Speedway.
Sorry?
This is predicated on there being no Speedway.
No Speedway. All right, okay. Now, just one more question. The VIP facilities which you emphasise, Kiwi VIP, which is somehow different from foreign VIPs. But anyway, or whatever, Kiwi VIPs, the key aspect of it is not just a special service, but separation. So they've got a separate area. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, you could fence off Hauraki Hill. The corporate facility of Western Springs, the Speedway corporate facility is there as a separate entity anyway. And then the terraces you could by fencing and you could demarcate that as a separate area. Yes, you could.
Okay. So VIP Kiwis separated from ordinary Kiwis. Is that really the Kiwi way? Is that the way we like to think of ourselves when we use that term Kiwi? Because it's quite loaded and sentimental.
I'm sorry, but I think you completely misinterpret what I'm saying.
It's all recorded, so we can go over it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move that we receive the public input from Brent Eccles regarding the future use of Western Springs, and it'll be seconded by Councillor Baker. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Thank you very much, Mr Eccles. I would like to...
Just a point of Just a
public
point of
input.
clarification. Well, it's a misrepresent. I don't want to take a whole point of order, but I don't think Councillor Turner suggested there was we were investing millions in Eden Park. That's not a correct statement, is it? Because it's on the record, the council's not investing millions in Eden.
Okay, thank you for that. Ponsonby Rugby Club have a public input.
I was referring to the 10 million that went in earlier.
What's that 45 million line sitting there? Plus 10 million from the ARC.
Can you behave, you guys? Public input from Ponsonby Rugby Club. I'll ask Peter Thorpe and Barrett Blaylock to come forward, please. Have you got your mate there?
Sorry, you can't make it. I'll explain.
It's a shame that Sir BG can't be here. I went and saw him the other day, but he's not up to it either, but he's very keen on what you're doing. So
Business. You have the life to live, other than Ponsonby Rugby. As do I might add, but... Mind if I sit?
you go.
Thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak. My name's Peter Thorpe, as you know. I've got a couple of apologies to start off with. I'll explain first who I am. I'm a life member of the club. I've been on the committee for over 30-odd years, over half of which I've been chairman or president, and heavily involved in the ongoing debate of the tenure for the club, be it at Western Springs or wherever, starting right back in the time when we moved out of Blake Street. So that's my credential. I would just like to give an apology for Barrett. As I've already explained, he just couldn't make it. He had to pull out last night. Also for our chairman, Greg Edmonds, our present chairman, who may be known to a number of you. He can't make it for business reasons either. And finally, which some of you will be aware of, but Sir Brian Williams. Dear BG, I'm talking about my 30-odd years. He's, I think, about double that in his time at Ponsonby. It's well known he did have a severe stroke towards the end of last year. He's still struggling. He would love to be here, but he can't. He's slowly rebuilding his body and his mind, step by step, but it's a long road. So I have a short statement that I will read before I produce a single page that I prepared, which I'd like to circulate. I've got enough copies here, which basically sets out the Ponsonby position. And I will just address that. It won't take very long. But BG, I wish to express my support for the current plan recommended by Tataki, which enables Ponsonby Rugby to focus on its future at Western Springs. The club has now been situated there since 1997, coming up for 30 years. The club is now 152 years old and won both Auckland Premier titles, the Gallagher Shield for men and the Coleman Cup for women last year for the second year in a row. This year the club will field 10 senior, including 2 women's rugby teams, 44 junior rugby teams and 4 netball teams, as well as touch and sevens teams. The club is also keen to provide for a wider than rugby community and considers that it is more than adequately equipped to remain at Western Springs and help provide the best long-term outcome for the community. End quote from Beach. Now to turn to the position statement that's been passed around. Right. Ponsonby Rugby supports the Tataki recommendations as a sensible stage 1, which will enable the joint club promoter Western Springs Bowl concept to be tested and refined to ensure the community achieves the best long-term outcome. The club considers that the joint club promoter concept will be the best long-term outcome for the community because it will provide, first, an improved concert and events venue with permanent staging and VIP infrastructure to maximise the use of the iconic amphitheatre and accompanying flat space and enhance Auckland's UNESCO City of Music status. Brent Eccles, as you've heard, has elaborated on that from the position of considerable experience, probably second to none, that he has in this field. Second, a broadcast-capable, boutique-sized rectangular sports stadium with seating close to the sidelines so as to create a spectator and player experience not presently available in Auckland. Close to the sidelines is the key in that phrase. The closest we can think of is probably Trust Stadium in Waitakere, but even then there's a running track that separates the seating. The intimacy of the experience when the seating is close to the sideline is something that we're just not used to in Auckland, but there is the gap in the market that we have identified that we're able to fill at Western Springs as a second objective. And we think that will attract a whole host of sports for whom Eden Park is just way too big. I can think, for example, even a Gallagher Shield final. We've been there a few times at Ponsonby. We go to Eden Park, it's fine, but you're a bit like a pimple on a pumpkin. It's just not a big enough fixture to warrant that size of stadium. Whereas the intimacy and the ambience that we can create at a stadium like Western Springs, as is proposed, would create a wonderful atmosphere. And there's all sorts of other fixtures that you can think of that it would appeal to. Third, a new community sports hub with the club as the anchor tenant, situated above the floodplain. Don't forget, where we are now is in a floodplain. No one could do much about that. Close to and overlooking the field on the opposite side of the stadium, with access from Old Mill Road to lessen disruption during concerts and events. The essential part of that is a community sports hub, because we see the three-pronged appeal of this joint proposal we've put together with Brent Eccles and his associates is firstly concerts, obviously, secondly sport, but third, community. We think between the three of them that will create a far greater degree of community access to and involvement in Western Springs going forward than it's ever had. Although stage one does not contain a commitment to a new community sports hub, you've seen the report, which they've said this is not on the table at the present time, the 5-year extension to its present lease, which otherwise expires at the end of 2027, will enable the club and the promoters to work with the council, Tataki, and other sporting and community groups to provide a suitable long-term solution for the club at the stadium. The club has already taken steps to canvass support amongst other groups and identified a few that may be interested. It is serious about its ultimate aim of solving its floodplain problem, as well as its space problem. As it is now, it's confined in space. It's just not got enough space in its current facilities, and the ability to create a community facility in which other sports and other community groups can share is what the opportunity is that we're keen to be part of. There are a number of funding options for that, incidentally. It's not necessarily just, in case anybody thinks this, turning up to the council, even in just a couple of years' time, saying we need a cheque. There are other options that we haven't yet explored, but it doesn't necessarily involve coming to Auckland Council and saying, can you pay for it? And finally, and importantly, the objectives which I've set out of this joint club promoter concept simply cannot be achieved were Speedway to return to the stadium. The permanent stage Brent's referred to. I guess we know the stadium well, and we just can't achieve the objectives of any of those three attributes or three features that I've summarised if the Speedway track stays there, if the infrastructure for Speedway stays there where the cars come on and off the track. And that's something I can assure you we have thought about. I just want to conclude by saying the last thing Ponsonby Rugby wants to do is to get into any sort of contest with Speedway. Fully understands. It fully understands. Speedway has been there a long time, as have we. And longer than us, as somebody says. There's just one critical feature, though. And unfortunately, this hasn't been mentioned yet, so it needs to be understood. We've been at this for many, many years because we've been aware that our lease was going to be running out, and we have looked very, very hard at where else we can go. Studies have been done, various options identified, and sure, you can put us anywhere if you're prepared to put try and put a square peg into a round hole by just making the peg round and decimating the club. We don't have any options. We have always had the understanding when we started this joint proposal that there were other options to Speedway, that this council had actually decided and started down the path of at least, and in fact invested 11 million bucks in out at Waikaraka. But therefore there is an option, but for us there's none. So for that reason, if it turns out that Speedway stays at the stadium, then as we have for 30 years, then we can't live with it. It won't achieve any of these objectives. It'll still leave us really with the problems we have of lack of space and difficulty therefore in providing for our future and the growth into wider than rugby that we want to achieve.
Councillor Gordon has a question.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that you understood that the option that you've said that you support today is quite different to what went out for consultation. And the one in consultation was for a joint 30-year lease to Ponsonby Rugby, and you'd have it in the rugby season. It would be a 30-year lease with 2 rights of renewal, so totaling of 10 years each, so totaling 50 years. But what's in front of us at the moment is instead a 5-year extension of your lease with a redevelopment clause in there that means you could be out within 2 years. And the other aspects that you supported, such as the club rooms, etc., are unfunded and are set to be pushed out to a future decision. So I just want to check whether you were fully aware of that.
The intention is that this be stage 1, and it's intended to test the concept, build what we've understood to be a relatively temporary, it may not be entirely temporary, to build facilities to test this concept that the promoters have where they think they can attract these acts of that mid-range that Brent referred to. And therefore, rather than having to decide now on our request, which has been long-standing for a new lease for as long as we can get, obviously we've got nowhere else to go, we have agreed to go with a 5-year extension to give us time to move, and then in conjunction with promoters, we can determine a final outcome. And as you've heard from Brent, there are issues such as for him, how they make money out of the stadium, how he can get a return for his efforts, and who actually pays for what long term that are yet to be resolved. So we've got 5 years with the intention that there be time to move. And that starts from the end of next year, so it's effectively 6.5 years. The 2 years has unfortunately been not correctly recorded in the recommendation, and I've discussed it with the Tataki officers. Our current lease has always had a redevelopment clause, but it's a redevelopment clause that contains pretty real safeguards for the club. It's not a clause that enables Tataki, for whatever reason, just to say we want the stadium, see you later, be that in 2 years' time or at any time. And we have constantly been talking about the lease staying as it is for 5 years, including that redevelopment clause. And our view is that that obviates the need for what's described in the recommendation as a 2-year termination right without reason. And that, as I understand it, is the expectation of the Tataki board. So,
Thank you for that. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Thorpe, and pass on our best wishes to BG. Your club is indeed fortunate to have him in this matter and everything else. Yeah. I just wanted to pick you up and ask you about, this 30 years, I think 29 years, Speedway's been there 97 years, but For those 30 years, the relationship has been, and this has come from a number of Ponsonby Rugby people before some of the council entities got involved, has been very amicable. There's been good cooperation, remarkably so, given separate codes. So the first thing I'd just seek your feedback in is how that relationship has actually developed over those years, because it seems to me to have been one where the two parties have got on well together. And the other one is just really just to seek a further clarification on your understanding of this clause, because in our resolutions we're looking to pass here, it says including a redevelopment clause enabling termination. So you seem to be saying that that doesn't appear to be the case. But first of all, the 30-year relationship, and secondly, those particular words enabling termination, that would seem to me I wouldn't be making too many long-term plans.
We're well aware of that. Look, I'll address the second point first again, just to be clear. It does, as most redevelopment clauses do, entitle the owner to say we want to do something different, and the club is always some means of looking after us. And a clause is, it's quite a comprehensive clause, it's quite a fair clause. It just prevents an arbitrary decision to put us out on the street, which obviously nobody wants. And that's the point I'm making. The way it's expressed in the recommendation is unfortunate, because you could read that literally to say that it would give them the right just to put us out on the street. And obviously we're not going to ever agree to that. The first point, which I'll deal with second, I just want to take you back. You were there then. On the 18th of October, I know we can't go back over previous decisions, but we delivered a summary of our position through Councillor Mike Lee. He read it out to everybody because we thought it fair then, while Speedway was the cause or the subject of an extended debate that day, to set our position out. And I think it probably best reflects our position. I started by pointing out how old we are. We're 152 years old now. For the last 27, coming up for 30, we have shared the use of the stadium and outer fields with Speedway and other event promoters. Although that has generally been successful, it has not been ideal. The club's present club rooms and associated storage and other facilities need expansion and upgrade, particularly to meet growth in the women's game, and present field lighting and changing room availability is inadequate. And I referred also to the requirement to vacate completely during event setup and breakdown. The difficulty in that regard is why it's not going to be a tenable option for us just to stay as we are. We need to grow. We can't just go backwards, which will otherwise happen. And secondly, we need to get out of the floodplain. And so when we saw the promoters' ideas, we also saw the opportunity to be able to do that in a sustainable way, in a community-led way, so as to provide for other community users, but also to be able to achieve what we believe is a lot better use of the stadium by getting seating up close to the sideline and by taking on board what the promoters say, that with a permanent stage structure, the reputation of the place could be gained internationally, similar to the Hollywood Bowl, for example, where acts know it and they know that it's all there and they'll come. So that's pretty attractive to us. It gives us the opportunity to really provide for our long-term future, which we've been keen to do for some time. But look, if we had to turn the clock back and go to a situation where Speedway was returning to the stadium, as I said, we have nowhere else we can go. We would have to make something work. But it most certainly won't be ideal. It'll leave all our problems, and I can assure you, create probably a few other problems as well.
Sorry, did you see the proposal of the Western Springs Speedway Association and the rather palatial arrangements for Ponsonby Rugby under that proposal?
I haven't seen those.
Probably pay to have a look at them.
I I haven't seen those, and this needs to be explained. Greg Edmonds would be able to explain that if he was here. When we were first aware of the group that's just incorporated itself last December, as I hear from the answer to the Mayor's question, there was a suggestion made through our chairman that they talked to us, but at that time we were well down the track with the promoters, and the reply was, well, we can't be dealing with two of you at once, it's just not honest. And so that's where it's been left. We haven't had any formal approach, we haven't had any anyone send to us any detail of any proposals Speedway has made, and that's where we sit, not just me, we, for whatever reason.
Thank you for that. Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thorpe, for coming along today and speaking to us. Yeah. Also, look, just acknowledging the fact that Speedway's solicitor came up and spoke about the EOI process, the expression of interest process. I just wanted to get some clarity around that. Were you from the club's point of view, were you involved in that EOI process on behalf of the club and making a submission at the time that that was open?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We learned about it indirectly at the 11th hour, but we got our proposal in, and we never were under any expectation that the existing users of the stadium didn't have to participate.
Okay. And just, there could be some confusion around the table around this next point, so that's why I'm asking the question. When you made your EOI submission, did you make that on behalf of the Ponsonby Club only? Because some of us understand the club made one was made by Mr. Eccles, and another one was made by the...
Look, I mentioned the paper we gave in October of 24. Attached to that was a proposal that we'd got architects to put together for us, which involved putting a new second story right across the existing building where the club room is. It was a pretty attractive looking proposal, and that expressly said this will work for us with or without Speedway, because it just covered the existing footprint of the existing building. That was what was on foot at present at that time, and that was the subject of our EOI.
Very good. That's very helpful, Mr. Thorpe. So
and that was, just to explain, that was intended again to be a community facility that made use of that space right through the second level. It wasn't ideal because it wouldn't get us close to the ground, but it was better than what we've got. It would give us more room, and it would give the community the opportunity also to participate. It was quite a generous concept.
Thank you for that. I'm probably just trying to understand the process more than anything. So you're involved, you put in your submission. Then now you've talked about today about this joint idea, so what was the process? At what time did it morph from being just your own EOI into this joint one? At what time did that occur? And what was the process behind that? Because I'm a little bit confused with the timelines around that.
Well, my recollection is, it's fact, there were three proposals. One from our Ponsonby mate, Ali Williams, which upset us greatly, who basically wanted to buy the stadium for nothing for 100 years. Second was from the promoters, and we had no prior knowledge about that until the EOI process had produced these proposals. And third from us. And as I said, we got ours in near the end of the process. And so when we learned of the second one from the promoters, we were at the stage where we had each of the three proposals been invited to present them to Tataki, and I think not the main council, just Tataki, I can't recall, but what we then thought is we quite liked the look of the promoters' idea, and we thought, well, why don't we put the two together? So we approached them and said, how about it? They said yes, and it was from there that we developed the joint proposal, and that was advocated to, I think it was to this body, to council, as well as to Tataki. And that was, I can't remember the exact timing that happened, but the OI process had concluded. And that's how those two proposals became one.
So thank you, Mr. Thorpe. So I think I just picked up your last comment there, which probably answered my final question. That, from your recollection, that occurred after the EI
process had finished, did you say, that you had those
I can't
discussions
say
about
that the
Johnson issue?
EOI process had finished. It was at that stage of the process where the expressions of interest had been called for, they'd been received. There were 3, as I said. They were then being given the opportunity of presenting each proposal so the decision maker could make a decision. And it was before the decision maker made a decision, and in the process of having been invited to make a presentation, that we decided to combine our presentations. And so we did exactly that.
Okay, thank you. I think there might be a slight difference between a close-off date of the EOI and those discussions that you had post. So,
I think in terms of close-off, the time they gave for expression of interest had expired.
That's very
Thank you
good.
for that. Councillor Turner, last question.
Thank you. I'll be quick, Mr. Mayor. 3 quick questions. Sir, it just sounds to me like what the club's got sitting in front of them right now is basically life support until you get to a point where you can go further forward, correct?
That's one way of putting it.
Thank you.
Correct.
So then, is it correct, is my knowledge of history correct that many, many years ago the club was in the same situation when your building burnt down and Speedway invited you to Western Springs?
No. My mate BG, I went to school with Sir Brian. I hadn't been involved with Ponsonby, and the club was in Blake Street. It had been there 120 years. It, I believe, was the longest continuous ratepayer in Auckland City, because all the government bodies and the schools and whatever didn't pay rates. And it was financially strapped for a number of reasons that I won't go into. And so Bede said, look, the club's in trouble, will you come and help out? And I agreed. I'm a lawyer, as you may know, and a barrister, and I had a busy practice. Anyway, since then I stayed on. We first looked at how we could get by whilst still owning Blake Street. And as a number of clubs have realised in the decades since, we found we couldn't have all our capital tied up in bricks and mortar, so we decided that we had to do something that involved us moving and selling Blake Street. And the object of selling Blake Street was to create a fund that would provide income for us. Because the problem the club was facing, and all clubs, is that in the days of old, the bar provided all the income you need. That was waning seriously with the advent of professional sport and just serious-minded sports people who just don't drink as much. And when the club finally realised that the bar wasn't providing for it, we had to find another income stream. So we had to capitalise on the asset it had, and we did that. We initially looked at going to Cox's Bay. The club was probably about a third of the size it is now. We got into a howl of residential protest down there, which frankly I think was correct. They could see we were going to grow, and the capacity of the domain to handle a club of our size was just not there. And so we were invited by the mayor of the day, Les Mills, to consider going to the stadium. And that's how we ended up going down to Western Springs.
Thank you. I'll update my understanding of history. Last question. You talked about round peg and square hole, etc. You know, do you not think that what's happened to Speedway is that they have been forced into a round hole? And do you not have sympathy? You know, could you not hand out an olive leaf to other sporting people to work together as you have in the past?
Well, I don't think there's any comparison in the two situations for the reasons I've given. For the reasons I've given before, Speedway has 12 events at the Springs each year. We're an ongoing operation right throughout the year, and our situation really is quite different. Speedway, I don't want to compare their situation with ours. I don't want to say that they're in any different a situation or worse or better situation than we are, but I'm still of the view myself, and I think this is generally considered by the club, that there seems to be a pretty good option at Waikaraka Park if they were prepared to invest for it. Whereas for us, There is no option. If we, as has been suggested, Ali Williams was keen on this, were to go into Cox's Bay, we worked it out, we'd have to basically reduce in size by at least half to have any hope at all of existing down there. And even then, I don't think that would work.
Right, thank you very much. Thank you.
You that question, and I'll move that we receive the public input from Peter Thorpe on behalf of Ponsonby Rugby Club. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye. The contrary, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to have a break for 5 minutes, and then we'll reconvene with the opening item of the main event. Thank you all for attending.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We'll start into the main meeting. For those of you that are waiting around for particular items, it could be some time before we get to the item associated with Western Springs. You're welcome to sit there and listen to the rest of it if you like. There are no...
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think that's a wise offer. Are you able to give the people some time indication then, if that was the case? Because I think it is a wise bit of advice.
But it depends on how many questions and how much debate we have, and I've found it very hard to do that. But I was just saying it could be quite some time. Okay, that's all I can do. Your guess is as good as mine, Councillor Watson. Okay, there's no local body input, so I'm going to move to introduce the elected members' expenses and reimbursement policy.
Mr Mayor, would you consider, for the convenience of all those Aucklanders who have come here today, to move, as you can, move that item, the Speedway item, up the agenda, please, rather than...
Okay, I'm just checking to see that staff who were expecting to be here for this are here. So just give me a second or two, all right?
Mr Mayor, we're just making sure that folk who need to be involved in terms of presenting are all organised for that. My suggestion is we do one item, the expenses policy first, and then at your discretion, we'll be ready by then to deal with it.
I think that might be a sensible compromise. We'll finish item 8.1 and then we'll jump to the other one. But if we jumped ahead and other people who were expecting to be a bit later here aren't here, I think that gives us a chance to gather everybody together. So with item 8.1, elected members' expenses and reimbursement policy, we've had a workshop on this to get us to the point the recommendation has got to. I've put we've had a workshop, and I'd welcome Oliver, Carol and Rika, but I've put forward a new clause after working with Councillor Ferry, which is on the screen. Is it? Coming down a bit further. And Councillor Ferry, would you like to move this 8.1 and I'll second it? Okay. It's moved and seconded. Madam? At the workshop, the thing was to, under B, was to denote the disparity in treatment between Auckland Council elected members and members of Parliament on pay-related issues such as student loan repayments, KiwiSaver and ACC levies, and seek advice from council staff and the Remuneration Authority on how this can be addressed. Right. Okay, Oliver and Rika, take us through your presentation, please.
Okay, tēnā koutou, your worship and councillors. Ko Oliver Roberts aho. This is my colleague, Rika Carlo. Firstly, thank you for your insights and your time at the workshop that was held 2 weeks ago that has helped shape the paper and our advice. I'll take the paper as read, but we'll give a very brief outline of the issues in it. So the paper is in response to the Remuneration Authority recommendations and includes 2 new proposed expenses, one for childcare costs and the other for home security systems. For both, we have suggested ways that could reduce the potential costs of them. For childcare expenses, we've set out 3 possible restrictions that you could consider, and we recommend adopting at least one. That is restricting it to part-time members only. This would mean that the expense is not available to yourselves as councillors or to local board chairs. Those 42 members, the roles are deemed to be full-time and are remunerated accordingly. It would be available to the other 130 local board members. Other options that are in your paper are to restrict it to those with children aged 5 and under, and a third might be to restrict it to after hours only. Please note the amounts that we've set out in the report are potential maximums only. Given the experience of other councils, the real amounts are likely to be much less. For security systems, staff strongly support the intent of providing peace of mind and security for members and their families. However, the suggestion in the Remuneration Authority allowance of a $4,500 security system is far in excess of what most members would need. So, in discussion with our council security experts, we've proposed a 2-tier approach with a standard level of systems for up to $1,000 self-installed, which would suit the vast majority of members. This could cut costs, make it accessible to more members, and quite frankly, slash the administration involved. And our resources could then be focused on the very few members who might need more extensive security and advice, as might be identified through police reports or through done safe notifications. Our security team estimates this might be about half a dozen members throughout the term. Finally, I just want to note one of the queries that we had in the workshop related to verification. This is reinforced in the paper and in the draft policy itself. And just states that expenses must be justified by an original tax receipt and approved by the relevant authoriser. Thank you.
Okay, you got something to add to that? No? Are there any questions? Okay, it would appear that think you can retire and we'll have a discussion, see if there's any debate about this.
Good on, thank you.
Thank you for the recommendation. To be clear, actually, I must say it was good going to the workshop and getting through this. So, is there any debate on this? And Councillor Baker wishes to speak.
Yes, I'm not. I mean, I don't support a few of these, but I realise I probably sit in a minority in this. But I think we need to be careful in terms of what we are able to claim for, and it should be simply to allow us to do our job. And that is, in my thinking, it's about the mileage for us to be able to get to and from, and for the likes of Greg and I, that's a substantial distance. We can take 2 hours to get from one part of our ward to the other. I don't support the ICT allowance. We get the opportunity to be provided with ICT, and if we choose not to, then that's our choice. And I certainly don't support an allowance for security. Some of us might only be here for 3 years, and I certainly don't support that. It's going too far. It doesn't look good, and so I'll be voting against it because I just don't think it's right. And so I think we're just doing we're going too far, and I'm very uncomfortable with it.
There are 2 quite separate parts to this. One's to do with child support and the other one's about safety. And I wondered whether or not people wanted to do this in 2 parts, because you may support one and not the other. I mean, I don't. I'm a bit old to be having 15-year-old children, but security is quite an important part, and we have had some issues with that. Councillor Henderson, please.
Yeah, and just to support what you've said, Mayor, look, I'm happy to support all of this as per. I don't need to go into specifics, but there has been some real issues with security in the past from several councillors, past and present. And in fact, I would say that all elected members have a story, and that sucks when you're trying to discharge your duty as a public official. So yeah, I support that completely. And I just wanted I was actually just going to note, Councillor Ferry, thanks for C there. I think that's spot on. As we know, ward councillors have higher responsibilities, have huge workloads than maybe some members of parliament. And yet we're treated in a more traditional way as if it's a part-time job, which it absolutely isn't. And so I 100% support C there, and I'm really glad that we're raising those issues. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Ferry, please.
Kia ora. I would just point out, I feel that these are things required to do the job. I note that with the childcare allowance, we've taken the most modest option that was put forward to us, which was to acknowledge that for part-timers, which is none of us around this table, but is almost all local board members, there is sometimes a requirement to attend things at times when you don't necessarily have the free cover for your kids that is provided by the school system. Maybe your kids are younger than that, or it's the school holidays, or it's the evening. And certainly my experience when I was on a local board was that there was a significant amount of work that needed to be done in times where I needed to pay for childcare. And while it wasn't a barrier for me, I know that it is a barrier for others, and even considering standing the cost of childcare. And I think what we've proposed here is actually pretty modest, considering the cost of childcare. When I had a kid under 5, and we needed some part-time support at home as well with 3 kids, it was most of my pay for my council job to pay for all of that. And that was what enabled me to do my council job. On the security stuff, Councillor Henderson's spoken to the fact that most of us, if not all of us, will have stories. I think that what staff have suggested here and what is proposed is, again, a modest way to do this. It doesn't assume that all of us need a high-tech security system. It will look at a risk assessment and make sure that those who are able to access a higher amount get the kind of support that they need. There's a lot of rigour there with receipts. I do find it weird that we accept as standard that we will pay people to drive to any work they have to do for this from anywhere in Auckland, and yet we won't cover the cost of other things that are really essential to do the job, like childcare, like being able to feel safe in your own home as a result of being targeted for doing this work. So I'm not proposing we shift away from mileage for cars. I'm just asking for some recognition that just as driving to do this work, which I personally almost never do, is covered as an acknowledged expense that allows people to do the job, so is access to childcare, so is being able to have some security support if you need it. Finally, on C, so this came out of the workshop discussion, something I undertook to discuss with the Mayor's office. I just want to note there that many people will not be aware out in I guess, the real world, that elected members pay their own ACC levies. It's not taken out of our pay as it is with most other people, including members of parliament, that we cannot make automatic student loan repayments through payroll either. We can't access KiwiSaver. There's a range of disparities. Those are just the sort of top 3 examples that I know have been raised. It's been a bugbear for a long time, so let's get some advice on how we might resolve that. I don't think it will result in any additional costs. It's just about how those costs are processed in a way that gives us some fairness, given the size and importance of our jobs. So I'd ask people to support the motion. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. Councillor Patterson-Hemmel.
Kia ora. Thank you. Just to talk about this a little bit, I too think that this is a good, modest compromise and makes it a bit more doable. I like the addition of C because hopefully that might make the rest of it not necessary in the future. So I'm also glad that we can, in terms of the childcare and that we're sort of relieved of talking about our own situations because it will only impact ordinary local board members, of which I was one up until late last year. So it's a fresh experience. The logistics of how we're paid for me was actually the biggest barrier rather than the pay itself, and that's true for a lot of parents of young children who are trying to do this mahi, because daycare won't wait for the end of the tax year to get paid, unfortunately, and for people of my generation who often have student loans, etc., that was additional barriers. The number of women who ran for Auckland Council positions, local board and council dropped pretty significantly this election. I took a long time to decide whether or not I would do it, and security was a big part of that. I would have had hesitations if I had young children again to do it again, because I didn't realise how difficult that was going to be week on week. Being a local board member, this kind of role shouldn't be filled only by those who are the least afraid to do it. And it's very difficult for people of working age or working class to end up being local board representatives, and these are some pretty minor tweaks that might be able to address that imbalance. So I'm in favour of this.
Sayers, please.
Thank you. IRD treats elected members as self-employed, so we will have to submit an IR3 each year. We can't claim holiday pay, we can't claim sick leave, we can't claim parental leave, we don't get KiwiSaver, we have to pay our own ACC, etc. So through that IR3 form, we can make expense claims. So if the IRD, if members can convince the IRD that their security expenditure is work-related, or any other expense is work-related, they're quite entitled to claim those through that process. So I won't be supporting this motion. I believe that there are mechanisms to be able to be reimbursed for work-related expenses as decided and ruled by the Inland Revenue Department. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wasn't going to speak to this today, but I wanted to draw, I think the passing of Sir Barry Curtis inspired me to speak, because I thought back to the mayoral forums of Legacy Auckland City and Manukau and North Shore, and a real mentor for me was George Gere, who later became a North Shore mayor. But he reminded me when I entered Parliament that it was easy to take cheap shots at things, but to look at the enduring importance of democracy. He was also a mentor to Marilyn Waring, and he wanted to see more women in Parliament. And I think I was the 31st woman to, and certainly within the National Party, I was the first Liberal woman from an urban seat. They'd had a lot of rural women, but they hadn't had many urban women. And very quickly it appeared to me that it was easy to take cheap shots on things, but that there were particular challenges that as a woman you faced, and not that I felt intimidated by anything, but I felt fearful for my family. And I've tried to encourage a lot of people to stand for Auckland Council. I've tried to encourage a lot of women to join the council. But we've never really effectively dealt with the remuneration issues in an equitable way. And Maurice Williamson and I are the only who can truly say we've both been in Parliament and we are both on this council. And on council, as has already been expressed, we are working just as hard as we ever did as ministers or as members of Parliament. And there is not a level playing field. So I fear for Auckland, and one thing that's missing from this, the assumption behind all of this is that we're just representing our wards. If we are going to do justice to the legacy of all of those councils with this amalgamation, each of us sit around the table here as regional councillors. We are required to consider issues regionally, and we need to be fully acquainted with them. But I can't let this moment go by and say that if we are not to really consider the support that elected members require, because we cannot maintain other jobs while we are here with the workload as it's currently presented and the governance structure that we currently have, we are doing a disservice to all of those who might come and make a valuable contribution into the future. So I really believe the time has come, if Parliament is wanting to draw the best from its premier city, as you know, is expected that Auckland will stand up and that we will take leadership roles. Democracy is going to be a huge part of that. And if the quality of our elected members is going to diminish, or if gender issues are not going to be considered going forward, then I think Auckland will be much the poorer for it. And we need to be realistic that it's a very hard thing to attract in the quality candidates that we want in this building to represent Auckland issues under the current situation, where unless you happen to be wealthy, unless you happen to be at the end of your career, it is not an opportunity for drawing the best, the brightest, and the most able talent. And so for that reason, I am channeling George Gare today and saying it would be easy to take a cheap shot here, but I'm not going to. I want to see Auckland going forward. Advance used to be under the old coat of arms. Let's advance and let's actually try and draw in the very best.
Thank you for that. Councillor Burns, please.
Just full respect to my colleagues that are parents, but I won't be voting for this. I've been a single mum. I've paid all my own daycare fees. I pay all my own security and camera fees. I pay, for the last 7 years on the local board, I never claimed any mileage. And I just feel we actually are remunerated quite well. And if you can't afford it at that time in your life, you don't do that role. So I think we shouldn't really be putting extra money on the ratepayers. And I actually have a dog, and that's security too. So can I ask for, if I can get my dog SPA fees too? Are we going to go that far? But no, I won't be supporting that. And again, respect to my female and male parent colleagues, but I won't be supporting this.
Hey, thank you. There are 3 sections to this, so I'm going to ask you to vote along that. There's the first one about remuneration about children, and you know you have them. The next one about security, and the third one highlights some of the differences between here and central government. Central government are always taking pot shots at us. You know, we're going to have a rates cap. But I know there are some issues out there that gets people so excited that they do cause alarm for sitting members. I know that the issues of dog security has resulted in some unfortunate threats to the people involved in that. And even the particular thing that we're discussing here today has also produced some unfortunate threats. In comparison, I appear often with the Prime Minister at various functions. He has 4 big burly Americans with rings in their ears, and I have a very small guy who drives the car for me when I'm not able to. And so you'd have to say that there is no equality at all whatsoever in this thing here. So, but I think that I'll definitely be supporting the security one, because it shouldn't have to happen. We should live in a society where we don't need to do that, but unfortunately we do. I think when we're going to vote, we're going to vote on this in bit. So A, which is to adopt the amended electric attachment A, the child care allowance eligibility for part-time.
By division.
A?
Division, please.
Somebody called for a division. Hand up. Who did that? Greg. Oh, Greg. Okay. Right. Well, in that case, I'll hand it over to Sandra with an R to take us through this, please. And get your computers out there. Do you want a hand there, Mr. Lee?
Your
Okay,
Worship, just
councillor.
before the vote, could
Beg
you
your
just, before the division was called for, you were explaining the way in which the vote would be taken. There are some aspects to this that some of us support and some less attractive. Can you be very clear, please, on those aspects of this that we are voting on?
Sandra will just clarify this. She's handling now it's been called a division. Okay.
Just clarifying how we are going to vote on this. So we are going to take clause I, which is on the childcare allowance. We'll then move on to clause A2, which is on the home security allowance. And then we will vote on the remaining clauses outstanding.
And just for clarification through your chair, the division was for each of those.
So Councillor Sayers has called a division on each part that we're going to vote on. Right, councillors, we are voting on clause A1 as you see it up on the screen. We're going to do that via resolve. So we will start the vote now.
Chair, my resolve is just rebooting, so I've used the chat to vote, if that's okay. Please.
That's fine, Councillor Foley, we have that.
Kia ora.
My resolve is not indicating a voting option to me.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes. That vote will be carried 12 votes to 8 with 1 abstention. Right, councillors, we are now going to vote on clause A2, which is on the home security system allowance. We're going to do that by division, and we'll start the vote now. Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes now. That vote is carried, 13 votes to 7. Moving on. Moving on, councillors, we're now going to vote on the rest of the clauses, which will be clause A3, clause B, and the new clause C. We'll do that by division, and we will start the vote now. Councillor Lee, would you like to register a vote? Councillor Lee, we can register your vote. Thank you. Right, councillors, that vote is concluded and it's carried 16 votes to 4 with 1 abstention.
Righto, thanks everybody. We've completed that item 8.1 and now we're going to go to item 8.4, the preferred option for use of Western Springs Stadium. Any amendments? There's some amendments here or not?
No, I haven't had any.
Okay. I'd welcome Vicky, Max, Meredith and Nick to the podium. Given there's a crowd here, Max, perhaps we should introduce your team so that people know who they are and what they represent.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, kia ora. I'm joined today by Nick Hill, the Chief Executive of Tātaki Auckland Unlimited, Vicky Salmon, their Chair, and Meredith Webb, our General Counsel. And also present but not on the table is the broader team that have worked on this, and they'll be available to answer questions if required. I will briefly speak to the context and process and set out our conclusion that an appropriate process has been followed and you are in a position to make a decision today. I'll keep that brief. I'll then invite Nick to speak to Tātaki's recommendation briefly, and then Meredith is available to address the legal issues that have been raised, including those referred to at public input, and we'll just probably get ahead of that, the questions on that, and let Meredith address what she can in this public meeting. Just picking up on the point, Mayor, that you just asked me to address, which is getting clear about the roles of the different people here at the table. So Tātaki owns and operates Western Springs Stadium in line with its trust deed and statement of intent, and as such they've led the expression of interest process. Ordinarily, decisions about the use of the venue would sit with the Tātaki board in accordance with the existing accountability and reporting frameworks. In this case, however, following the direction of the governing body and an earlier decision of yours, the decision sits with you, and Tātaki has accordingly provided a recommendation to governing body for your decision. Council staff, our role has been to provide independent advice on the options and the process, including the strategic and public interest considerations, and facilitate the consultation process from that point of view. And we're happy to address issues today around process. Meredith, as your General Counsel, is here to provide independent legal advice to you in accordance with her professional obligations to do so. Before, with those sort of roles set out, I just want to make another acknowledgement, which is just acknowledging that clearly this is an issue with strong interest and strongly held views. And we acknowledge those here today, including members of the Speedway community, Brent Eccles, and those supporting the promoters, the bid, the Ponsonby Rugby Club, and other stakeholders. And I want to acknowledge the time, effort, investment made by the proponents engaged in the EOI process and otherwise, and in the consultation process. The feedback that's come through that. Clearly, they reflect a genuine commitment to the future of the venue and a desire to do something special for Auckland and Aucklanders, and have contributed meaningfully to the option and choices available to you today. So more broadly, we recognise that for many Aucklanders, this is a decision which has some significance, and we've treated this process seriously for that reason. In terms of that process, the expression of interest process and the consultation were deliberately designed to be broad and open. In particular, the consultation was undertaken on 3 options, which included, as sort of sub-options of option 3, either doing nothing or exploring other ideas, so that you could be in a position to understand community views and preferences across the possible futures for the site. And this means that while not every idea was able to be progressed through the formal expression of interest process, the consultation did ensure that the relevant perspectives and options were surfaced, which is an important input into your decision, but not the only input, because you can also take into account the technical, commercial and strategic analysis that you have. It also means that the recommendation before you today is a refinement of a concept that was part of both the expression of interest process and the public consultation process. The members today will be aware that additional material was circulated yesterday evening, and I think some members have also been in receipt of further information this morning. Some of that material yesterday came from staff in response to questions from councillors during the workshop, and some of it reflects the late influx of information and advocacy that often occurs with decisions of this nature and can be expected as a usual part of public decision making. The material that was submitted by third parties and has been circulated has obviously come after the close of the expression of interest process, after the public consultation has concluded. So it was outside those formal processes. We have circulated it to ensure transparency and to ensure that all members have access to the same information. And councillors are, of course, able to consider that material. But our advice, our advice is that you are not required to reopen or revisit either the expression of interest process or public consultation. You can consider that information, and if you do, you should consider it alongside the other information. And the agenda report contains the information that's necessary for you to be able to make a decision today. The decision that you make today also sits in a broader context and aligns with earlier decisions that you have made in adopting the stadium network investment objectives. That broader context includes ensuring a coherent and sustainable stadium network, maximising public value from a regionally significant asset, and providing clarity and certainty about future uses. Our role has been to ensure that you have clear options, you have the analysis necessary, assessing those options and a sound process behind the decision. Bringing that together, I just want to clarify a few things. This has been a structured and robust process. The key trade-offs have been set out, so you have the options before you and you have the necessary information to make a decision today should you wish to. Other than that, we will leave the report as read, and I'll ask Nick to briefly set out the reason behind Tātaki's recommendation to you today.
Thank you, Max. Kia ora koutou. It's worth just going back briefly to the EOI process, which we, as Tātaki, undertook in 2024. As Max mentioned, Tātaki is the owner and operator through its trust of Western Springs Stadium, and it is accountable to the council through its statement of intent. The EOI process was undertaken because a number of parties had approached Tātaki about the future use of Western Springs Stadium, proposing to invest in it, proposing ways in which it might be used to generate much greater value for Aucklanders. So to deal with that, we ran a process which invited publicly anybody to come forward with proposals for the development of Western Springs and how they would contribute to that. That process was robust. It came with a oversight through PwC in terms of the integrity of the process, and all steps through that process were supported with advice through PwC. That process, when it closed, elicited 3 expressions of interest that met the terms of the process, met the terms of the criteria. They were what became known as Auckland Arena, option 1, which was subsequently withdrawn, and a proposal from Ponsonby Rugby and a proposal from Brent Eccles and CRS around a music venue. As we've heard this morning, through that EOI process, once they were received, the Ponsonby Rugby and Eccles and CRS came together and combined their proposals into a single expression of interest. That only happened after advice was sought and received from PwC that this was compliant with the process, that all parties had the opportunity to share with each other on the way through for those who had come through the EOI process. So we were left with, through that EOI process, option 1, which was Auckland Arena, and option 2, which is the Western Springs Bowl. And they were then compared against the status quo. Subsequently, having settled on option 1 and recommended that the process of consultation was undertaken through the council. Option 1 was subsequently withdrawn and we were left with option 2. We undertook work to understand how that option 2 could be brought forward and considered by the council as part of and concluding the EOI process. And essentially that work has developed into what is before you today, which is revised option 2. And in very simple terms, we worked with the promoters, Eccles, CRS and Ponsonby Rugby to create something that was affordable, something that could be done, that was pragmatic and practical. And that is option 2, and that is the option that the Tātaki board has supported and approved $2.5 million of investment subject to the governing body supporting it. And that option, as you've heard this morning, is an outdoor concert venue to be used in summer that will cater to concerts of 10 to 30,000 people. The key aspect of it, as you've heard from Mr. Eccles, is investment into staging and infrastructure that reduces the cost to stage concerts of the size. And that will, we're confident, generate more content that would come to Auckland that would not otherwise have come. It also provides for a broadcast-capable boutique sports venue in winter, typically attracting 2,000 to 5,000 people. And by broadcast, we mean it's got spotlight, it's got floodlights that allow things to be filmed. Alongside that, there are improvements to amenity and presentation that will help attract people and improve the commercial viability of the events. Again, you've heard from Mr. Eccles on that and from Mr. Thorpe. And the last part of the proposal is a 5-year lease for Ponsonby Rugby Club, effectively rolling over the existing arrangements. The key thing that makes this affordable is a financial model where Tātaki invests $2.5 million into that infrastructure I mentioned. That infrastructure is then rented out to the promoters and the users of the venue, and that generates a revenue stream which will pay for that investment. We expect that net of paying for that infrastructure, Tātaki will generate an additional $750,000 per annum, which is a net benefit to the council group financially. We will be better off as the council group by $750,000 a year. It does mean, and again Mr. Thorpe mentioned this, that the proposal to invest in new club rooms for Ponsonby Rugby Club is not part of this proposal, and Mr. Thorpe described that as stage 1. The benefits of this option, and to use the language of the value for money principles, solves 2 problems. It deals with a gap in the market for concerts, the 10 to 30,000 size event. It doesn't compete with Spark Arena at the bottom end or Eden Park at the top end. And the demand is
proven. We recently had laneway at Western Springs, in the bowl and on the outer fields. It had a record attendance of 36,000 people, at the top end beyond the limits of what we're proposing here. Rufus de Sol likewise was a record of about 25,000 people. There is real demand for this kind of venue, and there are a number of other options that, or performers that would take advantage of it. And it provides it deals with a gap in the stadium network, which is consistent with the council's stadium strategy. We expect to generate an additional 12 events a year that will help to drive that return of 750,000 per annum. So finally, I just want to say that, or one other point in terms of the benefits. This does retain the facility in public ownership and offers flexibility over future use. The original option 2 proposal involved private investment, which would have required giving over rights to private operators. It would have directed all the revenue to a private investor. This is retained within Tātaki and within the council group. As I say, it is a flexible option where we're putting the minimum investment in to get the benefits that were envisaged by the original option 2. So revised option 2 provides almost all the same benefits as the original option, but it is affordable and doable and pragmatic. And finally, I just want to say that the Tātaki board has approved this investment. It's done that through scrutiny through the board's capital committee, which explicitly applies the council's value for money principles in its decision making. And it has relied on the business case that stands behind this. So the $2.5 million business case is something that has been fully scrutinised and accepted and adopted by the board of Tātaki. And with that, I'll hand it back to you, Max, unless Vicky, you would like to add anything.
No.
Thank you, Nick. I'll just ask Meredith, as I foreshadowed, just to address some of the concerns which have been raised through public.
Yeah, good afternoon. You wouldn't normally hear from legal services at this point in an agenda item, but I thought, given that we'd had Bronwyn Carruthers KC speaking at public input and some of the issues that have been raised just in the last couple of days, that it would be helpful for me to make some comments at the outset. So as you know, the Western Springs Speedway Association has filed judicial review proceedings against the council. Ms Carruthers acts for the Western Springs Speedway Association in those legal proceedings. And those legal proceedings do two things. They challenge the EOI process. Oh, sorry, is it too far away? I've just got so much water here, apologies. Those judicial review proceedings challenge two things. One, the expression of interest process undertaken by Tātaki, and two, the council's decision at its meeting of 24 October 2024 in relation to the transfer of funding to enable consolidation of Speedway at Waikaraka Park. We are defending those proceedings in court on the basis that our view is that the decisions that were made by council in October 2024 and the EOI process that was undertaken was lawful, and that the arguments that are being made in those proceedings are without legal merit. I want to address Ms Carruthers' comments that the decisions of the council that have been taken since October 2024 have strengthened her legal position. That was one of the comments that she made. That's not the position of either council's internal or their external lawyers. We are comfortable that the process that has been undertaken is legally sound and is defensible. Just to be clear, Ms Carruthers KC acts for the Western Springs Speedway Association. Legal services acts for the council. And our aim is to act, and our professional obligation consistent with that is to act in your best interests. And what acting in your best interests in these circumstances looks like is us making sure that the decisions you make are legally safe and that the options before you are legally open to you. We have looked closely at this process given the outstanding legal proceedings, given the possibility that we might be challenged in relation to this decision, and we are comfortable that the process is sound and that all of the options on the table, option 2, the status quo option, and option 3B, explore other ideas, are legally open to you to take today. We've also been assisted by Simpson Grierson, who are acting in the legal proceedings on behalf of Auckland Council and who similarly are obliged to act in your best interests. Further, given the process that's been undertaken, the identification of options, the consideration of options, the very broad consultation process, our recommendation is that you do proceed to take a decision today. In terms of timing and in terms of the judicial review proceedings, the judicial review does not prevent you from taking decisions. There are no applications for interim orders. There is nothing to prevent you from taking a decision today, and you're legally entitled to do so. As Ms Carruthers Casey said, the hearing is set down for the 14th and 15th of July. We may get a decision, as she mentioned, before Christmas. We may not get a decision before Christmas. Generally, we wait a reasonable period of time for decisions, so we might be waiting 6 to 9 months, and then beyond that, there's always the prospect of an appeal. So given the uncertainty of timing, we don't consider that you need to delay your decision for any reason today. So alongside the other stuff here, I'm happy to answer questions that you have. I just need to be clear that we are facing legal proceedings. We've got the judicial review ongoing. We've heard today that there might be an application or an amendment to the existing statement of claim to challenge to today's decision. So I just need to be careful about the extent of advice that we can provide you with an open setting. I can obviously provide some high-level guidance, but if you want detailed legal advice, then you will need to move into confidential. So I'll do my best to answer your questions, but we do need to be careful about this, just given the current context we're in with the legal challenge.
Thank you, Meredith. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes presentation, and we're here to answer questions if there are any.
For that, Councillor Sayers has a question.
I had a couple. Just first one might be for you, Nick. Of the year, okay. Just in terms of getting the best value for the ratepayer at the end of the day, why would we not consider, now that we've had tabled the Speedway Association's proposal, that could well end up being better bang for buck for us. You know? And we haven't analysed it properly, it hasn't been around this table, and we haven't digested that. So I heard what you said about probably PwC overlooking the whole process, but I guess I have a question in the back of my mind, Nick, about, how do we know that might not be better solution for us despite the EII processes, and why could a decision not be made to consider that? And I suppose that would be by the governing body rather than Tautaki.
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. The short answer is we don't know. I personally have not read the proposal. There could be other proposals. At the end of the day, there's a whole range of possibilities that could arguably be better. I think the judgment is what are the chances of that stacking up and providing something that's better than the current option. On a personal level, as the CEO of Tautaki, I'm sceptical that it would. It could have. I'm sceptical that it could, but I'm not saying that it wouldn't.
Okay, thank you for that. And my other question would probably be around, and this is feel that you'd understand much more thoroughly than I do, Nick, and that's around the market that would be pitched at in terms of concerts. We've just had that feedback in public forum to, the type of audiences and the size of those audiences. So in terms of Spark Arena, which carries, you could have 12 to up to 30,000 perhaps, and it's indoor, it's covered up as well. Has that been part of the thinking of Tautaki around that as a potentially competing venue against what's being proposed?
Yeah, it absolutely has. The maximum of Spark Arena is probably 12, 13 max. And Lincoln Park, who were there a couple of weeks ago, that's the largest crowd that's ever been there. And so we don't see this as competing with that.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And finally, it might be more around legal for you, Meredith, and that's look, I'm hearing that legally we can proceed today, but I'm looking forward to the debate because I'm just not sure if that's the right thing to be doing in terms of just what are the answers I've just heard. So the risk, I guess it's a risk judgment that my question would be around. So your legal opinion would be, what would be your legal opinion around the potential risks if we held off a decision today, we didn't go with the decision, we went for option 3B, for example, what would be the legal implications there, if any, to any of the stakeholders and perhaps Auckland Council?
I mean, I guess my advice is that you can take a decision today and you have three options before you. You have option 2, you have option 3A, the status quo, and you have option 3B, explore other ideas. In our view, in relation to all of those options, they are legally open to you and they are options that you can take.
Thank you, that was all, Your Worship.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I guess my question is probably best put to Max, if I may. Max, even if I were to give the most generous lens to this, it would be fair to say that the issues around consultation have been confusing for... I had the interesting situation where I had dinner on Saturday night with some reasonably intelligent Aucklanders who asked me to explain what has led up to where we are now, and they felt bewilderment at the end. So I'm just trying to understand this issue around problem and confusion within the consultation, how I, firstly, why did option 1, why was that withdrawn? What explanation can you give us as to why that party chose to withdraw?
The explanation that I have is the one they gave publicly, which is that they decided that there were other opportunities they wanted to work with Tautaki on. And I think, the public consultation process was probably useful to them in terms of understanding the sentiment of their own supporters and working up the different options and to see where the public was landing. That wasn't an explicit reason they gave, but ultimately that proposal was based on private investment and those private individuals wanting to put their own money into the proposal, and they decided to withdraw it to explore other options.
Does Nick want to add anything further to that of insight that he gained?
No, I think that Max is right. I think they came through the process and by the end of it understood probably a lot more around what was involved for them and for Auckland. And I don't think there's a lot more than their public explanation for that.
Yeah, I mean, I probably for them it was sort of like a process of due diligence, but it is the whole arena space, and it is complex. Do you think their withdrawal has added to the confusion for this process?
Almost by definition, it's made it more complicated because there was a clear preference that we had supported. They withdrew that, so we had to step back and decide how we move forward. So that created more uncertainty in the process.
That's my only question at the moment, but I'd like to be able to come back a little later if I may.
Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you very much. Nick, question to you first, please, if I may. You said just now that you felt that us retaining ownership of public ownership of Western Springs was a good advantage. Yet the original option one, the Auckland Arena, one of the selling points that seemed to be publicly mentioned and certainly mentioned in workshops to us was the advantages of it being completely separate to Auckland Council and no cost to us.
Look, I think option one was financially a very significant investment of private money into what would have been a significant facility for Auckland. And on the terms that they were proposing it at that point, it was an extremely attractive option for Aucklanders. I think part of the trade-off and the judgment is if you're going to give up some of your rights as an owner to get something so significant, I think valued at $200 or $300 million, that's a very attractive, that's a much more attractive proposition. I think where we sit at the moment, retaining flexibility as the owner, where we're making limited investments, is a much better place to be. So I do think the two things are entirely consistent.
Thank you. My next question, 3, please, to Meredith and Max, if I may. So we have this risk and reputation committee thing. We have a whole department that works on our risk and reputation. Does the legal team have input into those sorts of decisions and those sorts of thinking for council? And is it black and white? Like, do you how's our reputation overlap with the very concise legal things you talked about before?
The answer to your first question is yes, the legal team has input into the assessment of risk. There isn't, just to clarify, there isn't a risk and reputation team at council. There is a risk and assurance team that, as you rightly point out, reports through to the Audit and Risk Committee, which is chaired by an external member, and they're involved in assessing sort of the enterprise level risk, and for advice that we give to you on these sorts of decisions, we're required and have addressed in the report what we consider to be the most significant risks and the mitigations proposed for those risks. Very rarely are risks black and white. They always involve a degree of assessment and mitigation.
Okay, so the next question is, so on 2 dates that I found, the TAU board on the 15th of April 25, the TAU board recommended the Auckland Arena proposal, option 1, as its preferred option. And then later, the committee, the governing body, agreed to proceed with a consultation in which we acknowledged that the Auckland Arena option 1 was the preferred option. Does that not weight that option as a very important part of the consultation process?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. The so the decision of the governing body was quite explicitly not to adopt a preferred option. The advice from staff was that we shouldn't do so at that time, but we should note in the consultation that option 1 was Tātaki's preferred option, and they had given reasons for doing so. But it was explicitly not council's preferred option at that stage. It would have been available to the governing body at that to have indicated a preferred option. It's very common. In fact, it's probably more usual for us to consult on a preferred option, so that we can be clear with the public. This is what we think. This is where we're headed. Provide us feedback on that. In this case, we quite explicitly decided not to do that, but to consult on 3 options, which gave the public an ability to provide their views on a broad range of considerations.
So so on Thursday, the 1st of May, in the governing body meeting, item 12, the Tataki board has evaluated the options and referred it to report to the council, attachment A. It requests that the council consult with the public on all 3 options and indicate Auckland Arena option 1 as its preferred option. So you're saying those specific words weren't in the resolution, so therefore it's kind of not the case. Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to understand here where we actually stood on how we weighted that option.
I just need to find the minute for you, Councillor Turner, because I think what you're talking about is the agenda report as opposed to the minute which records the resolution. So there was a debate around this, and one of the options that was available to you, as Max said, was to adopt a preferred option. But in practice, we didn't. We went out with the 3 options.
Okay, just one little thing just to clarify my thinking on that. So going back to the 15th of April, that the TAU board recommended the Auckland Arena proposal option 1 as its preferred option. These are in public documents. This is clear indication that that option was preferred, correct?
Councillor, just the next sentence, next paragraph is that on 1st of May 2025, the council governing body met to review the proposals. They decided to seek public feedback on 2 proposals and a 3rd option before choosing a preferred option for the stadium's future use.
So, okay, I understand the disclaimers that go on the end of all these sentences. I'm just trying to establish where we stood in our thinking. So, my second last question. So, do you not agree that this option 1 that was withdrawn formed the substantial or a substantial part of the consultation process, and its removal therefore makes that consultation process not very good?
No, I don't agree with the conclusion. I think, and this sort of addresses some of the other questions that councillors have raised. In any process where any process that I've been I've seen, since I've been here at council, you make a decision to consult on something, and usually things change during the consultation process, and that's the point of a consultation process. It's so that you can take into account the feedback from the public and make a decision. So the reason why the consultation was framed in the way that it was so that reflected the fact the governing body did not have a preferred option at that time, but wanted to consult with the public on the broad range of options that were available, which included the 2 that had come through the expression of interest process, as well as the 3rd option, which included doing nothing or exploring other ideas. And the consultation document quite explicitly mentioned Speedway as an option if we went down the route of 3B, to explore other ideas. So it's always the case, in my experience, that things will change, and it's not required of you as a result of changing circumstances to go back and reconsult. What's required is for you to take into account the views and preferences of the community as you know them. And that's our advice.
Okay, thank you. Last question, short question. So in your legal consideration, who is the owner of this process? Auckland Council, TAU, or both?
Thanks, Councillor. It's so I addressed this in the beginning. I appreciate the request for some more clarity. The Tātaki are the owner and operator of the stadium, and they are responsible for the expression of interest process and for implementing any of the decisions that you make. Council's role has been to support the process in terms of giving you advice as a governing body, and Council ran the consultation process. So it's not an either-or question. We have different roles, and we're both involved in this process, as I've articulated it.
Okay, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, sorry to interrupt, but as there's no motion on the table, I've sent one through to Sandra, seconded by Councillor Watson.
Before you say that, I just realised that from a procedural point of view, I forgot to get that done at the start, so I'll move it and the Deputy Mayor will second it so that we've now got what we are. Should have done that before.
Right,
Sorry
I think
about that.
I think I just got my one in first, Mr. Mayor.
Next question comes from Councillor Watson, please.
I had to check that out in standing orders, actually. I've got a couple of questions to ask, so if I go on too long, I'll just split up my time. But the first one follows on from the previous two councillors in terms of the coherence of this policy and of what's happened, and therefore the integrity. So we're here yet again considering Western Springs, and as some of the others were saying, you know, it was only about this time last year there was a completely different vision for Western Springs Stadium. If you asked ChatGPT to outline all the various proposals arranging or applying to council stadiums, Western Springs Stadium jumps out more than any. So it's described as the most frequently repurposed stadium in Auckland. First stage that a number of these councillors remember, it was going to be from Speedway to a cricket oval for international cricket and AFL. Then it was to be a hybrid cricket and events venue from 2018 to 2020, but with an oval identity. Then there was a few years, 2020 to 23, where it was Speedway and Ponsonby Rugby and the odd concert, even though there was plenty of ability to hold concerts then. Last year, it was a full redevelopment. It was going to be the football stadium, 12,000 to 15,000 rectangular stadium, privately funded, cancelled. Then we're back here today. In front of us now, Western Springs Bowl, the one rejected by 70% of the people that fed back into the consultation. So we've gone motorsport, rugby, future cricket, football, concert amphitheatre, and it's described as being the most radically and repeatedly reimagined stadium in Auckland. So I guess my question for one of you is, what is the coherence? What is the strategy that just sees us jumping from one thing to the next, literally this time within months? What credibility is there to a process that relates to this stadium when that's been the sequence of events over the last decade?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll answer that question and then see if my Tātaki colleagues would like to address it as well. I think the history that you refer to reflects a consistent view that Tātaki certainly have had, and that others have had that for some time, which is that the venue at Western Springs could be offering more to Auckland. It was relatively underutilised compared to its potential, and that there were other potentially better uses that the stadium could be used to, and there's been some efforts to explore what those options were. I think, so there is a consistency in that respect to the history. There is also, I think it also reflects, Councillor, that, and this is to some extent addressed in the report, that there are different visions for the stadium, different ideas about what it could be, and some of those ideas are not compatible. So at some point, and this is why this decision's come to you, a decision needs to be made. The decision that's before you today is one which reflects the process that we've gone through and the option that's been worked up, and the view that of Tātaki and the council that this is consistent with the stadium network investment objectives, makes better use of the stadium, will enable better events to be attracted, and is consistent with your overall strategy for the stadium network. I think the point that was made about the consultation process, I think, you know, and the fact that we were here last time talking about the Auckland Arena proposal, in fact, in some ways vindicates the council's position, the governing body's position, that we not adopt a preferred option, but that we take all of the options to the public and ask for their input, and they've provided their feedback, and now the decision that's before you today reflects an assessment of the public input and the other range of factors. Nick, would you like to address it?
Thank you, Max. I'll make a couple of points. I think the fact that the intensification of the city means that Western Springs has become more and more central to that growth and development of the city means it's got a lot of value from an amenity point of view. And the question is, what is the best use of that? So that has been changing over time. I think the second point I'll make is that the uncertainty and the challenge around the stadiums is actually that the whole stadium network in Auckland has been in a state of uncertainty. And by its very nature, Western Springs ends up being the facility that tends to flap around a bit at the end of that. And so it gets used in many ways to fill in gaps and to potentially play different roles. But I think there is a more fundamental question around the stadium network, and the council has moved through its stadium network strategy and the principles that underlie that to start to provide some certainty and solidity around how decisions are made. And that's why I refer to the fact that this decision is consistent with those principles. And then I think the third point in all of this is just a pragmatic step forward that is consistent with the strategy. It's about sweating the assets. And I thought that that's what we were trying to do as a council. It's not precluding future major investment in any particular aspect that fits with Western Springs. This is just a practical step forward to get more value out of it than would otherwise be the case. So I think I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. I mean, in terms of those practical steps and making decisions, which were both referenced in the responses there, these decisions have consequences too, of course. There was a decision to demolish the western stand of North Harbour Stadium to accommodate a baseball franchise that subsequently then went bankrupt owing money. So that was a decision that was made, but it wasn't actually made by anyone sitting around here. It was made by Tātaki officials. That had a consequence. This decision today has a consequence for a sporting code, an iconic sporting code. And I think it's probably to that I'll direct my next question to you, Mr. Hardy, because it was at a council workshop, and I hope you don't mind me quoting you, but I made the point that me, and I guess hopefully most of the councillors sitting around here, making the assumption that this decision, all this that occurs with respect of Western Springs and Waikaraka Park, because they're inextricably linked, is being made on the basis of a successful consolidation of Speedway and not just getting rid of open wheel speedway and leaving them to it. And you said, yes, your assumption is absolutely right. It's very important. And that, yes, we think you can have enough confidence that the venue is able to be a successful venue. And that's what you said, and that's what you would expect. Over the last day, or just even this morning, it's come in dribs and drabs. There has been a response from the open wheel speedway community as to the success or otherwise of this consolidation. There's 5 classes, so there's 5 racing clubs: Kiwi Kids, 3/4 midgets, F2 midgets, the Midget Racing Club, and the Auckland Springs Club. And a number of them have fed back through their bodies on that assurance that you gave in terms of the success. So this is, if you just bear with me for a second, I'll very quickly summarise some of these responses so you get a gist of what to respond to. So from the Auckland Midget Car Club, they say, move to Waikaraka Park has resulted in a dramatic decline in competitor numbers across most classes. This has created a cycle of declining participation and declining patronage with very few spectators. Once thriving motorsport community has become fractured. This fragmentation is unsustainable and is accelerating the decline of our sport. Open wheel racing has survived in Auckland for nearly a century, yet in just one season at Waikaraka, the sport has been pushed to the brink, and it continues in a similar vein. Have from the sprint car, Mr. Warrington, who is the current sprint car crew chief for Michael Pickens, one of New Zealand's most successful speed raters. He says participation, sprint car competitor numbers are declining, and Mr. Warrington gets very specific. To date, there have been 3 meetings for the sprint car class. The entries at each meeting were 13, 6, and 4 cars. Traditionally, numbers before consolidation were a minimum of 18 cars on average. Capacity and event experience.
Have you got a question?
Yeah, this is important, Mr. Mayor. This is the feedback from the people that we have moved to Waikaraka Park. So it is absolutely material to the decision here. I just want to make sure. I'm not reading it all. I'm just getting the key points. If you could just bear with for another 5 minutes, that'd be appreciated. So the sprint car concerns, suppresses attendance, undermines the quality of the live event experience. There has been a noticeable decline in families. Attendance trends, long-standing supporters and general public are voting with their feet. Falling crowds means less exposure for sponsors and fewer sponsorships. Then, Mr. Mayor, I think there was one from a group that came and made a delegation to you, and they talk about poor attendance, low car counts, fans are not returning, track and operations, decisions have damaged the racing, a management approach that cheap is better does not fulfil the style, no fan engagement, minimal marketing, no effort to attract families, events cancelled, no international star visitors, sponsors and volunteers are disengaging. The Kiwi Kids Quarter Midget Club backed the WSSA proposal and have similar concerns signed by their president and vice president. Then we have business owners, a gentleman, and I won't name the people, a long-standing sponsor and advertiser with the sport. I own and operate Speedway safety business. There's an economic impact on the businesses. A race car builder also wrote into us. The so-called merger between Western Spring car owners, competitors and fans to Lucas Oil Speedway has been nothing short of a disaster. It is my job. I've attended most of the meetings this season, so I've witnessed the demise of car owners, competitors, and importantly, crowds. And I could go on with a number of other ones, but a number of them are from the racing clubs that have been evicted out to Waikaraka Park. I really want to hear, Mr. Hardy, how you say or can justify that that constitutes a success. If it was a success, there would be no one in this room here today. It would have, because this isn't hypothetical anymore. There has been a full racing season. That's been the consequence on the ground. It is a failure. It is a dramatic failure, and it's getting worse. So how, in good faith, can we propose to move on when that's been the consequences and that really signals the end of the sport if allowed to continue?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. The work that has been done at Waikaraka Park, and we sort of set out in the memorandum that was circulated yesterday alongside the range of other material that was circulated to you, including some that the councillors just referred to. The work that's been done has delivered on what was required in order to enable the consolidation of the different speedway tracks. We now have all speedway classes able to race at Waikaraka Park, and we acknowledge in that memorandum that there have been a number of factors that have contributed to the season not working as well as we'd hoped for this year, and that includes a range of factors. Includes the fact that there's been not such good weather, and includes the late start to the season, as well as the fact that we have to acknowledge there's a range of parties involved who are not yet wish to protest the decision in the first place around Waikaraka Park, and therefore don't want to attend Waikaraka Park. So that has been part of it. I think within some of the material the councillor referred to, you also have an acknowledgement from the Open Wheel Speedway Club, an acknowledgement that the infrastructure that has been delivered provides excellent facilities, an excellent base to race.
Please, people,
yeah,
enough. Be respectful of the staff when they're answering questions, or there will be consequences.
So there is an acknowledgement, these are from Open Wheel Speedway people, that the base, the track infrastructure provided is a very strong base in order to race all speedway classes, but they have concerns around how that has happened this season in terms of the operations of it, and council is committed to addressing those concerns and to providing, based subject to your decision today, doing the work necessary to ensure the success of all speedway classes at Waikaraka Park, and that may involve some changes to the arrangement at Waikaraka Park. I think there's just acknowledging that any new venue of this nature, there's always going to be a bedding in period. There's always going to be, there is a degree of grievance with some of this process, and there's some stuff that we need to iron out to make sure that there's good operations and good promotion. So what the Open Wheel Speedway Association or Speedway Club are saying is, if you want to make this successful at Waikaraka Park, yes, you've done the investment required to make the foundations right, but we need really, really good promotion of the activity, and we haven't, in their view, that hasn't happened this season, but it could happen, and it could be a very successful venue, and we would be committed to making sure that happened. And I think I need to leave it there. Nick, did you have anything to add?
No, just reinforce that the track was developed at Waikaraka Park to consolidate a speedway that was signed off by the Speedway Association of New Zealand. The facility is there, and we acknowledge that there are teething problems when you shift from one venue to a new venue, and that there is some work to be done on that. But there is a facility that can consolidate speedway.
I'll split up my question time. I don't want to hog things, Mr. Mayor. I just finished that line of question by saying, though, that, you know, the season not working out quite as well as hoped is a little bit of an understatement, particularly given the extensive promotion and assurances that were given at the very start of the season and the big hoopla that accompanied the opening of the track. The comments that I've heard back, unfortunately, do not address the issues that the clubs have brought up, and they're very specific. They go to participation rates, they go to capacity and event experience, they go to parking and security, track characteristics, race quality, attendance trends, sponsorship and financial sustainability, and international participation. Everything that has been fed back there shows those are all under threat and have declined dramatically. And I don't think, with all due respect, that you know, rather hollow assurances for, unsubstantiated for the future will find very much reassuring amongst the people here. I'll come back later on, Mr. Mayor, to ask a couple more so I don't monopolise the content. I've got 3 other questions, but I'll do them later. Thank you.
Do you want to finish them now?
No, I'll wait.
Okay, well, I've got, it was quite a long list here, so I'll take one more, then we'll have some lunch. Okay, but the Deputy Mayor, and then we'll have a half-hour break so that both the public and everyone in the room, and we'll reconvene, so we're not stopping discussion. Okay, Deputy Mayor, and then there's about 6 or 7 after that.
Thanks, Chair. Mayor, I'm not sure who wants to answer this, but my question is, what is the reputational risk to council when we go out with a formal EOI process and then don't make a decision at the end of it?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, I mean, in some ways that's for you to assess, but I think it's a valid point you've raised. If you there is definitely a risk that if you consult on something, you receive the input of the public, and in some cases, the public have gone to some lengths to make sure that they are providing input. I mean, 15,000 Aucklanders, I think, submitted. If you then aren't able to make a decision as a result of that, and you ask them to go through that effort again, I think there is a risk to the council's reputation, and there's a risk of consultation fatigue that the same people may not be willing to engage in the process again if it can't result in a decision.
Thank you. My second question, just and forgive me if I'm repeating it, but how much income, if we were going to go with option 2, does council receive? What was the expected income from option 2?
So the net financial benefit to the council group through to Tātaki is $750,000 a year. And to the earlier point of view, don't make a decision on the EOI, then we would be unable to market the venue for next summer, and that 750,000 would be at risk. So we need to be in a position to build the stage and market it as having those facilities so we can market it for next summer. So any decision not to proceed would actually put that revenue at risk.
Okay, thank you. And can you just remind me, when we did have Speedway fully operating at Western Springs before, what was the income that we got when that was operating?
So, just to clarify for the whole Western Springs precinct, we made a loss of 1.1 million at Western Springs, and I think James is going to answer the questions on how much the Speedway Association or Speedway people paid.
So at the time of Speedway, the venue hire per event was $12,500 inclusive of GST. There was also a small revenue stream associated with food and beverage and car parking. So for most events, there was around about, excluding GST, around about $12,500 to $13,000 per event. But as Vicky's already noted, overall, the venue was losing between $1.1 and $1.2 million per annum.
Okay, thank you.
Was that loss or profit, did you just say?
That was a loss.
Okay.
Yeah. Has anyone operating Speedway at Western Springs in the past been able to make money from it after the Environment Court made decisions imposing restrictive conditions on the use of Western Springs for motorsport activity?
We have an ex-promoter here.
I was a promoter at Western Springs for 18 years, between 1972 and 1989. And I can tell you now, 1979 November and December, 1980 January and February, I ran 23 meetings at Western Springs.
Thank you, mate.
230,000 people went through those two spots.
Thank you.
Thank you. Was that before the Environment Court decision?
You're making a speech, mate. We've got your point. Thanks very much. Okay. Have you finished your question? What?
Oh, I just want to ask, I heard the gentleman and I know it was out of order and I thank you, Chair, for allowing him to speak. Was that before or after the Environment Court decision on noise? Can you confirm what the year for that was, please?
So, to be clear, that the only time that we have had full disclosure of the promoter's bottom line is at the time that we ran the last expression of interest process for the Speedway venue hire at Western Springs. And at that time, the projected figures provided by the incumbent promoter showed an ongoing loss from operating Speedway at Western Springs.
Can you just confirm?
I think just to answer the Deputy Mayor's question directly around timing, and we've obviously just had a sort of some information from the floor, so to speak. The period of time that was being referred to predated the Environment Court's decision, which was 2004, which put restrictions on the number of Speedway events that could be hosted at Western Springs and reduced the number to 12.
Thank you. If we were going to go with option 2, obviously there's been a whole lot of talk about how this fits into our stadium network. So I suppose what my question is, what does Eden Park think of the proposal, or what discussions have you had with them, and are you able to, I know that Nick's not here, but have you got anything that you can share with us around their thoughts?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We have, consistent with the direction you've provided us around how you want us to approach decisions relating to investment in the stadium network, which decisions you made last year, we have explicitly been taking a network approach and been assessing decisions around how they might impact the rest of the network, and that has included getting input into key decisions from Eden Park, and we've done that in this case. And as set out in the report, Eden Park's feedback to us has been that they support the direction of the proposal, meaning option 2. They have also identified opportunities for operational collaboration across the network and potential for sharing of temporary infrastructure. They have particularly emphasised the importance of progressing the integrated operating model and focusing on a venue of best fit approach, and has noted that it was important for us to think about that when we are setting out these arrangements. So the Cliff Notes version of that is that they support progressing with the direction of option 2.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 quick more ones. While acknowledging not everything has been perfect at Waikareka, what steps are we taking or could we take to continue to meet the needs of some of the issues that have been brought up?
So I think there are you will have seen the proposal that came through, the documents that came through from the Open Wheel Speedway Club, and I think they set out some of the things that we need to look at around the operational arrangements at Waikaraka Park. The key point, we're probably not in a position to make decisions about that today, but but there could be a request to staff, with some direction that you wish us to progress those proposals or assess those proposals with the club, with a view to making sure that we're doing what's required to make Waikaraka Park successful. And just don't want to get too much into detail, but an example would be that they want to be able to appoint their own promoter for the open wheel classes, so that you have a promoter that is motivated to make the open wheel speedway classes work at Waikaraka and is actively involved in that. That's an example. We would need to work through these options with the other parties and other stakeholders, but you could provide us that direction. There's the club, the Stock and Saloon Car Club, which is the club that holds the current lease to Waikaraka Park. They've set out that they intend to, they have plans that they would like to see realised, and over the next few years they would like to progress some of the additional stages of their work. So there are a range of things that we could explore if we were given that direction.
Okay, and finally, sorry, thanks, Chair, for your indulgence. This is to the Chair of Tātaki. I noticed that the board has made this recommendation, and I just want to ask you, were any elected members in the room or part of the influence to the board when you made that decision?
No elected members were in the room. It was done in confidential. Thank you.
That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, been going for a fair while. I'm going to break for half an hour for lunch. Thank you, crowd, for behaving fairly well, and we'll see you back here at about 20 to 2. Okay, thank you very much. John? You'll be up next. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to reconvene the meeting. Thank you very much. John Gillen is the next questioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question's on process. I've got concerns about the process, but specifically, on the 24th of October 2024, the governing body resolved that, and I'll just find the wording here, resolved that any further decisions on the future of Western Springs come before the governing body and involve adequate engagement with the governing body. But then following the consultation and option 1 being withdrawn, the TAU board has made a decision, and the decision is to progress with a new option based on option 2 before coming back to the governing body. So my question is about that process, and did TAU speak to the governing body or anyone in the governing body before making that decision? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think we just need to put that in the broader context of the decision that was made. So there was a decision made in October, which included that resolution. For that reason, the matter was brought back to the governing body last year. At that meeting last year, the governing body decided it wished to consult the public on several options, and then it wanted to make a decision. The process that was endorsed by the governing body very explicitly referred to the fact that as one step in that process, Tātaki would consider the information and then make a recommendation, and then governing body would make the decision once it had received that recommendation. So that is the process that we have followed as a result, which was the one which was endorsed by the governing body.
So are you essentially saying that the October 24 decision was superseded because it wasn't withdrawn as far as I'm aware?
No, Councillor, I wasn't suggesting it had been superseded. I was saying that the way that we're giving effect to that direction is through the process which was endorsed by the governing body. So I mean, the resolution from October 2024 referred to adequate engagement. It's obviously a degree of judgment required in the assessment of adequate engagement, but which is why we came back to the governing body to seek explicit endorsement of the process that would be followed. And we are now following that process, which included Tātaki as the owner and operator of the stadium receiving the information and making a recommendation to you.
Okay. However, they haven't just made a recommendation, they actually made a decision on the whole question of the future of Western Springs. So I would have thought that was counter to the governing body decision.
Thank you for the follow-up question. I don't agree with the characterisation that they've made a decision. Tātaki have made a recommendation, which reflects their preferred option, and the extent to which they made a decision, it's subject to the governing body endorsing it. So I'm not sure I fully follow the question.
Thank you for that. Councillor Newman, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair. And before I ask what a good news announcement, the government moving from 1.6 down to 1.4. That's good news. And if we keep it up, the planning for Auckland will be resolved. My questions are, firstly, with respect to, I want to understand the question around the EBITDA result for Western Springs, because the question that the Deputy Mayor put around the profitability around option 2, and some figures are put out there, but my understanding is that there isn't a stadium in Auckland that has a positive EBITDA result, is there? And Western Springs does not have a positive EBITDA result. It never has. Can you confirm that?
Yes, you're correct. It hasn't.
So I took from your question there are two parts. So the first part was there's no stadium in Auckland that has a positive EBITDA, and the second was that Western Springs doesn't. To the first question, Eden Park does, and Go Media Stadium does. at the EBITDA level. Western Springs does not currently, you're correct.
Eden Park has never had a positive EBITDA result, otherwise they'd be paying off their loan, the capital on their loan.
It does.
So I think there's a bit of jargon being thrown around, and I think probably we'll just clarify that we're all talking about the same thing. So EBITDA is an acronym that refers to earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. It's a controversial measure of the financial performance of an organisation. And it basically tries to look at whether the operating picture of a particular going concern is able to wash its face before you take into account how you've paid for it, so the interest that you have to pay and the depreciation on the asset. So Eden Park, I understand, does have a positive EBITDA because they are able to wash their face operationally, and they haven't for several years had positive EBITDA. They're not able to have an overall net profit because once you take into account depreciation on the asset and the need to renew it, and once you take into account the interest they have to pay on the council loan, their overall net position is not positive. But they do in fact have positive EBITDA.
Max, my next question's for you. Can you just clarify with respect to the track performance issues at Waikaraka, does that require more money? Or, I mean, what's the position that we face with respect to the track? I'm not an expert on tracks.
So the track doesn't require additional investment. The track itself, the track has been delivered to a high standard and is able to be and been certified by the relevant bodies as being appropriate and able to be used for all speedway classes. There's a separation between the physical infrastructure and then the clay that you put on the track. The clay, that operational decision, is under the arrangement we have with the Auckland Stock and Saloon Car Club. The clay is the responsibility of the club, and there have been some issues with that which have been since resolved, and that's an operational matter that can be dealt with season to season, so there's no additional investment required from council or Tātaki to support the track. The Stock and Saloon Car Club have been clear that there is additional investment that they want to make in the spectator facilities and the broader precinct, and they're not seeking decisions on that now, but they would like to work with council and other funders to try and realise their sort of broader aspirations for Waikaraka Park. Does that answer your question, council?
Now, I guess my last one is probably for you, Nick. I mean, normally when rugby clubs are on our parks, they're getting longer lease terms than what you're offering Ponsonby Rugby. You're offering here, and it's a part about, I mean, I suspect that your preference will go through today, but normally that club would get a 10+10 or whatever it is, but you're offering a 5-year lease with a clause, it's a 2-year termination clause. My question is, does Tātaki want Ponsonby Rugby or not? Because how does Ponsonby Rugby attract third-party funding for its future facility development based on such a miserably short lease term?
I'll go first, James. 5 years was actually proposed by Ponsonby to us during this work around option 2. Secondly, most rugby clubs in Auckland that have leases with the council are through the community directorate, not through us. So the circumstances are a bit different because they are in a regional facility, not part of a community facility, which is probably why there's more complexity with it. And I think the third thing I'd add, and then James can add to this, is where does investment go in Western Springs, and what is the right response for Ponsonby? It doesn't stop them continuing to look to raise funding. I think Peter Thorpe talked about that earlier. I think we all recognise, Ponsonby, Eccles and CRS and ourselves, that this is a practical way of moving forward and allows them options at Western Springs.
Sorry, I understand what the background with respect to the community leases, but I'm wondering why they weren't counted with a longer lease term than 5 years plus a 2-year termination. Regardless of what they came to you with, if I was a third-party funder for an organisation that had such a very short lease term, I would say no to a funding application for the development of a facility there, unless you're prepared to pay for it.
I just think, sorry, coming back to the scenario you're painting of Ponsonby looking to raise funding for its club or club rooms, I think there would need to be a specific proposal around what that was to raise funding for and having a lease behind that supported it. I don't think we're at that point. And I think this arrangement allows Ponsonby and ourselves and others to work through what a solution within Western Springs Stadium might be to accommodate them. I think we all consider that this is a practical way to give them certainty without any of the parties being committed to something that no one is actually in a position at the moment to want to do.
Okay, but just to confirm this, you're asking me effectively to support the option, because I really support Ponsonby Rugby here. I want to make that very clear. I just can't believe that we couldn't be a little bit more reasonable in terms of their tenure than what's been offered. Anyway, maybe that's a rhetorical.
I think it's a good point that the council's making. So I think we were also, as council staff, directed by the governing body to engage directly with Ponsonby Rugby and to ensure their views were reflected in the information that came before you. So we did engage separately with Ponsonby Rugby, and we raised similar questions to the ones that you're raising, councillor, with them. And it is fair to say their aspiration is for more tenure in the future at Western Springs, and they would see that as necessary for them in order to secure additional third-party funding for some of the additional work they would want to do, and that is consistent with the advice we've provided as well. What they are clear though on is that they support this option because it gives them the ability to work with Tātaki and with council on what that future could look like, and they have sufficient security of tenure through a decision made today that's been proposed to you in order for them to be able to work on that proposal in the next few years. So they are clear they support that direction. They see the benefit to the staged, the minimum viable staged approach. But their future, they are clear they would prefer to have longer tenure in the future in any subsequent arrangement. And that's something we will continue to work with Ponsonby Rugby on.
Look, thank you, Max and Chair. That's all from me, but I do stand corrected on the EBITDA for Eden Park. That's all right.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Winiata, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just with respect to the suggestion of a stage to go in at Western Springs, given that the cost is proposed at $2.5 million, and it's going to be exposed to the elements, has there been thought on who's going to bear the cost of that consequential OPEX? Is that going to be on the ratepayer?
You're correct that there will be ongoing maintenance requirements, and that has been accounted for in the expenses that come out of the revenue before the $750,000 bottom line improvement.
Okay. You may not be able to answer, but Max, I'll put this to you. Just in terms of how the council manages its insurance, If there was any damages to the stage, would this be given priority over some of the bridges and pathways that tend to get damaged in storms that can provide important connections for pathways? I use a specific example in Manarewa. There was a bridge that was out for about 18 months, which is an important connection between Wiri and Manukau. Nobody seemed to be interested in replacing that. We had to bear that budget, but if these things go back on the ratepayer and we're providing the stage for promoters to promote and bring in events, it's an important question for local boards to be wary of as well.
Thanks, Councillor. No, this wouldn't take precedence over the other types of investments that you're talking about. But we are talking slightly apples and oranges here. So the investment that Tātaki are proposing to make in the stage infrastructure is essentially, as Nick's pointed out, is essentially a commercial proposition. We'll make an investment in some infrastructure. We'll then rent it out to promoters and make our money back. And then the overall position will be more positive. So overall, Tātaki improves its financial position and has more money than if we hadn't done that. That's the proposition they're putting to you. That's not quite the same as an investment we might make in community infrastructure, where we are investing because of the community outcomes that we get, but then we also it doesn't make us any money. We bear the ongoing operational cost of holding those assets. And for example, paths and tracks, we build those for the use of the community, and then they have an ongoing operational cost to us. That's an investment that we make in the community, but it's a bit different from a scenario where we're making the money back through commercial arrangements.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I guess the focus of having a concert facility like this is for the community, the residents of Auckland, to enjoy these events, and not just locally, regionally, but nationally as well. If we're able to attract these, Jelly Roll was only coming for one concert, wasn't able to make that, and you've also got those same residents that are fronting the bill for this in a way through their rates, having to go and pay for those concerts as well. So it all comes out of the ratepayer, and I'm just very wary of the ongoing issues there, because like Waikiraka Park, that was an $11 million investment, and they are coming back potentially asking for more funding. So best laid plans, it might seem like a simple proposition with what we're looking at with Equals Entertainment, but what are we going to uncover along the way? And speaking of the promoter, is Tātaki working with a preferred promoter for that site, or is that open to all promoters?
It's open to all promoters. Eccles Entertainment and CRS have a particular relationship over time with the venue, so they know it very well, and they have been the promoters who've seen the opportunity. But there are other promoters who work there. Live Nation puts quite a bit of content in. And there's nothing in this. This, in fact, benefits Live Nation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you. I want to ask some questions about process, because I think process in the council, the way the council has conducted its decision-making, is going to be critical in the next few months. So I want to go back to the meeting of 24th of October. There was two of them actually, but 24th of October 2024, which was essentially to take a decision to evict Speedway from Western Springs. It was characterised as consolidating Speedway at Waikiraka Park. There were, rather like today, with a large number of interested Aucklanders present, and quite a few of them wanted to speak, including, if I recall, Sir Brian Williams on behalf of Ponsonby Rugby, and of course numerous supporters and actors in the Speedway sector, and they were all declined the right to speak. In terms of the Local Government Act, Section 78, and this is to our legal advisors who were present at that meeting. In fact, Max, I think you kind of led it, but anyway, as a manager rather than as a lawyer though, Section 78 requires, and it's mandatory, for the council to give consideration to the views and preferences of persons likely to be affected by or have an interest in the matter. Do you consider that we did not a breach of that particular section of the Act?
Thanks,
Maybe
Councillor
Mira,
Lee.
sorry,
So I guess, you know, I'm here today to assist you with the decisions before you today and to give you some advice around sort of the legal process today and the fact that these decisions are legally open to you. As I mentioned at the very beginning, we currently have judicial review proceedings on foot in relation to that decision of the 24th of October. As I said to you in relation to those proceedings, our view is that the council's decisions were lawful and that the arguments being made, which include a challenge to a decision around public input, are without merit. Now, given that we've got those proceedings on foot, I don't want to go into more detail in relation to that in open. What I can say to you is that that was a separate decision, and in relation to the decisions before you, you can be satisfied that our view is that the process leading up to this point has been compliant with Section 78 of the Local Government Act and the requirement to consider views and preferences of those interested in or affected by the decision.
But you would have to agree it's non-arguable, but people with views and preferences and likely to be affected directly were not listened to. So here's my second question. We go forward to the EOI meeting of 1st of May 2025, and we were presented with a number of options, but 6 months previously, having evicted Speedway, there was no option given to the governing body in regard to Speedway, and I refer to the options that were going to be presented to the public. So myself, and I think there were separate amendments, and Councillor Turner proposed that there be a Speedway option. And was it true, Max, that council officers argued against having that option, and how would that comply with Section 77(1) of the Local Government Act, and could that be characterised as a Court of Appeal characterise a certain decision by the Wellington City Council as unlawful funneling of choices?
In relation to the Wellington City Council case, the issue there was that staff had looked at options and discarded them before taking them to their governing body. What occurred at the meeting of the 1st of May is that you were given advice about the process until that date, and we confirmed, the legal team confirmed, that we had carefully reviewed the options that were in the report and that we recommended that you adopt those options. You debated, including a specific Speedway option, but you as the governing body determined not to specifically consult on that. Having said that, as you know, the consultation materials included an option to explore other ideas, and express reference was made to Speedway in that context. Before you today, there are 3 options. One is option 2, one is the status quo, and one is to explore other ideas. And that explore other ideas option could include exploring the idea of a return to Speedway to Western Springs. In those circumstances, we're satisfied that the options before you are consistent with your obligations under Section 77 of the Local Government Act.
Thank you. Can I just confirm that? So what you're saying, Wellington City Council officers considered various options, but did not provide them to the councillors and were therefore considered by the Court of Appeal of funneling, unlawfully funneling options. But in the case of the 1st of May meeting, councillors did propose another option, namely Speedway, which is obvious. But you yourself, if I recall, and other officers argued against that. That would not be considered, in effect, funneling choices?
Councillor Lee, we provided advice at that meeting to you, staff advice in that context. What I can repeat is that we have looked closely at this process in the circumstances where there's an existing judicial review and where there are threats to judicially review the decision that is currently before you, and our view is that the process has been legally sound.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Patterson-Hamlin, please.
Thank you. Every day's a school day, eh? We've learned a lot. It's been a lot to get my head around. I suspect that some of the other newer councillors feel that as well, coming in slightly in the middle of the process, but I've done my best to learn, and a lot of the kōrero today has helped clear that up, so thank you for that. So for my question, I'm going to stay in my lane, so to speak, and ask about Waikaraka Park's accessibility. Is it as accessible a venue for those with mobility or other impairments as Western Springs was in terms of Speedway? And if the answer to that is no, what needs to be done to change that?
The upgrade work that was undertaken at Waikaraka Park included specific provision for mobility patrons. And so that was one of the specific areas of focus. And it's always, I think, up to conjecture as to the relative capabilities of different venues when it comes to accessibility. But I'd certainly say that Western Springs also has its challenges in that regard. And Waikaraka Park, as I say, has been improved specifically to better address the needs of mobility patrons.
Councillor Williams, please.
Yeah, if I can really keep this at a reasonably high level, because I've got quite a small brain and I struggle with some things. So I'm going to try and ask some questions which can delineate in my little brain about whether the opposition to what's happened is because people were trying to cling on to the past, because if that's the reason, I don't want to know about it, because I remember the huge fight in Dunedin when Carisbrook was going to be given up for the rugby stadium, and in Christchurch they didn't have a choice. Lancaster Park went. Those of us who are old enough to have gone to Athletic Park in Wellington remember what a disgraceful bloody place that was. But there was a Save Athletic Park movement that marched in the streets with banners and desperately wanted to keep it. Finally the cake tin got built and we just moved on. And so if the opposition is just, well, that's where we've always been and I'm really wedded to it and my grandfather was there, I don't want to know about that. I'm really interested in costs and suitability of venues to the, first of all, cost to the ratepayers. So can I ask this? If Tautaki made the decision to go out and say, let's move this and take it to somewhere else, did you satisfy yourself that you were speaking to people who were quality, capable people in Speedway and knew exactly what the required level of pits and fuel and access and public capacity and so on were? Because there's nobody in Tautaki that's an expert in Speedway. Did you go out and get advice about that first? I guess that's my first question.
Yes, we did.
Okay. Who gave you advice that you could transplant what was over there to over here and it would still work well, as Carisbrook lost, and Athletic Park, and even Carlaw Park. Remember Carlaw Park? They all went. So what was it that they told you you could transplant this and it would all function properly?
So the advice we received was to achieve that outcome at Waikaraka Park, there was a need to improve and expand the pit capacity. That has been achieved. There was a need to improve the racetrack itself so it was better suited to all forms of speedway.
Is there a standard, an international standard or something like there is for Formula One racetracks? They've got to meet this level of width and this level of depth and surface level? And
there are Speedway New Zealand requirements that provide what I'd describe as minimum requirements around width for straights and corners and the maximum minimum length of the track. So it fully complies. There's also requirements as it relates to the safety fence, and it fully complies.
there's no noise for neighbours out in Waikaraka Park, really, is there?
So there are, under the unitary plan, noise requirements, and the monitoring that has been done to date has demonstrated that the venue is fully compliant with those.
So now I've got myself to a point where it sounds like you decided to get some advice from people who know and make arrangements to provide a facility that would work well for Speedway, but not at a place where we were losing money and where there are alternative uses where we might do better, because I'm only focused on what's best for ratepayers in terms of the dollars. What I'm hearing from the people who are disgruntled is that you haven't provided, it's like saying to the Basketball Association, you can no longer play on those, but we've got a fantastic stadium over there at the ice rink, and you can play basketball on the ice rink. It's not going to work. And so if we haven't got to a stadium that will work yet, and it sounds like we are, can we do things at Waikaraka Park that finally have people in 20 years saying, don't know what all the fuss was about, bloody please we moved, this is a fantastic location to be doing Speedway at?
Yes, that's fully possible. There's only every speedway track in New Zealand, with the exception of Ruapuna, caters for all forms of speedway. So from a facility perspective, there is no reason why Waikaraka Park cannot be the future for speedway in Auckland.
Okay, it's just that I remember New Zealand Grand Prix started in Ardmore, and then it went to Pukekohe, and what did I write down? Then it went to Teretonga, and finally in Manfield. So we kept moving because of facilities and so on. So I'm not wedded to the past. But you're giving me, because I'm happy to vote for option 2 today, if I can get an assurance that if we put the right level of thinking and working with people in it, we could have, in a year or so, because there'll always be teething problems and there'll always be issues to get over the hump, we can end up with a speedway facility that's got everything that will make it function. And if someone was visiting from wherever the best speedway country is in the world, I don't know what that is, but let's say Croatia's the best bit, and he came and said, my God, you've got the most fantastic speedway facility there. Can we get to that position?
Yes, we can.
Okay, that's all I want. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Watson having another crack?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And just following on from that good question by Councillor Williamson, the only thing he didn't mention was the money that's required to do that, because they did indeed commission a report, Auckland Speedway Location Analysis, done in 2023, so it's a little bit out of date. Prices will have gone up. And it started by saying, at Waikaraka Park, all facilities are generally in poor condition and require either upgrading or demolition and replacing. Speedway competitors from other classes within Auckland are unlikely to come to Waikaraka Park, primarily due to the state of the spectator facilities and the effect that has on the ability to attract commercial partners. And Mr. Williamson, probably more of interest to you, were the costs associated with that. So in option 4, consolidating Waikaraka Park in 2023 dollars, it was 36.76 million. They've paid 11 so far. So my question to them would be, given that that's jumped up in price, where's the other $20-30 million coming from? Because last time the stock and saloon car people were in action, they were at the local board with their hand out for money for a feasibility report. Couldn't even afford to pay for that.
The costs in the report are correct. They were put forward by the independent consultants that worked on that report. We engaged with the Stock and Saloon Car Club and and Palmerston North Speedway as the promoter to look at a more cost-effective way to move forward, because all parties agreed that there was not a way forward at that level of cost. And that was how we arrived at the critical works that were agreed upon, with future focus on additional seating capacity. But there is no current intention by the club to look for funding of that magnitude.
Okay, so the contentions of this club, I must admit, are a little hard to follow, because there was a letter that they sent in to Tātaki Auckland Unlimited in 2023 and said at that point, in our view, any consolidation option at Waikaraka Park is contingent on funding for the full development being planned for and secured. A stage one only outcome would leave the facility 16.99 million short of being completed, and importantly deliver the very things that not deliver the things that generate revenue. Embarking on a redevelopment with no way of confidently funding another 17 million is a recipe for disaster. So they seem to be saying one thing one week or the other something else. That's their position. They're there looking for money at the local board. It tends to paint a rather different picture that somehow we don't need anything more, particularly when we listen to what the open wheels sporting clubs have said today about the lack of spectator facilities, the lack of attraction, marketing, etc., etc. That seems to indicate that there's a lot more money required out at Waikaraka before it's going to change the dial from the disastrous season this season.
That letter that you're referring to, as you say, was written in 2023. Subsequent to that, the club agreed to the consolidation. Their position has changed.
I think so.
I have an agreement that says the opposite. Can I present it, please?
No, the Auckland Stock and Saloon Car Club have had the opportunity to provide information directly to the governing body and have set out their position in a letter which we have circulated to the governing body. Well, it was circulated earlier, but we circulated it again yesterday, and they've set out their position there, which is supportive of consolidation. They note that there are additional investment they would like to make in the facility, but they're not seeking public investment in those facilities. I think there is some other things we should clarify here. The work was done to figure out what were the critical works required to enable all speedway classes to be able to safely and properly race at Waikaraka Park. Those works have been completed successfully. Speedway New Zealand has certified the safety of the newly constructed tracks and the suitability of the newly constructed track for all four-wheel speedway classes. So it is able to be raced on. In addition to the new track, there is a new safety wall, there are new lighting towers, there's the restoration of the heritage wall, there's an expanded pit area. There are some spectator facilities which deal with 3,000 seats, and there's an upgraded toilet block. So these facilities have been provided. The information you received yesterday from the Open Wheel Speedway Club and I don't want to misrepresent their position, I want to be clear, their members are, would prefer to be at Western Springs if that was an option available to them. But what they're saying is the physical infrastructure that has been provided is world-class track safety fence, lighting and pit facilities. They then note that a sustainable sport needs more than just the physical infrastructure and track infrastructure. It needs to be run well. It needs good promotion.
Point of order.
And it needs
Sorry, Max, but it's not appropriate to have members of the public standing over councillors. Thank you.
I've got no objection to receiving information that's relevant. No,
that's
not
fine.
me.
We
Not me.
represent them. Fine by us. Thank you.
So, do you want me to carry on, or you want to deal with the point of order?
Are you carrying on now? Please do, and we'll try and restrain yourself.
So my point is they've raised some operational issues, and I've said, as I said earlier, those are issues that we would like to work through, and we would work through as council officers. But the answer to the question earlier raised by Councillor Williamson, answered by James, stands that this track is capable of having all speedway classes there.
I guess I would just say that 3,000 seats is probably a little bit short of the 14 or 15,000 that was at Western Springs on March and the season that they closed. In the agenda report at 64, there's a whole series of limitations and challenges that are outlined in the report that councillors have hopefully read, that go to reliance on market demand, potential network overlap, temporary infrastructure constraints, deferred community investment, weather and environmental exposure, it's in the outdoors, and transport constraints. I've got a couple of questions. They just need really quite succinct answers, just for the record, really. In terms of that market demand, market structure and demand evidence, councillors have received papers that say there's a series of studies that show that New Zealand's live music market is driven by arena and stadium scale shows, but with limited and irregular demand in that 15 to 30,000 range that they're supposedly targeting, and that modelling of 15 to 30,000 is more closely with sporting events than with concerts. So just for the record, has there been any study, research done into the documentation of PwC, University of Auckland modelling, or any other modelling in terms of that market research?
Just trying to make sure we know what the document you're referring to.
The document sent through to the councillors yesterday, Western Springs Stadium, market reality, utilisation, evidence and planning constraints.
This is a letter from the Western Springs Speedway Association?
It's yep.
We haven't done any analysis to verify the statements made in that letter, and we make that clear and when we circulated it. We have done work to assess whether there is and would be demand for the types of events which the option 2 is designed to host. So Tātaki had done their own analysis, and they can refer to that in a second. I'll ask them to address that. But as council officers, the research that we did was to speak independently with promoters to assess the proposition essentially that had been put to us by Tātaki, who was saying there's a venue. If we configured Western Springs in this way, and as we're saying, they want to do an option 2, there would be demand for additional events that would not otherwise come to New Zealand or to Auckland, and there would be demand for these events in this particular range. So we wanted to test that, and the feedback we received from the industry, those that we engaged with, was positive in that respect, that they believed that there were that there was a niche, and you heard that earlier from Eccles, Brent Eccles, who addressed it in a public input, that there is a niche, and there are acts which would fill that niche. But I'll ask Tātaki to address that point as well.
I can't comment on the particular analysis you're referring to, Councillor, but in terms of the assumptions behind the investment into the stage and those facilities, that was based on research with the industry. It was part of a business case that was reviewed by the Capital Committee of the board and approached as a commercial proposition where the board is confident about the assumptions that sit behind that. And as you would understand, these are some commercial assumptions relying on information from the promoters about acts that they would like to be bringing. So that is what's based behind the numbers that we have used to justify the investment of $2.5 million.
Throughout the comparison, the comments been made about the incompatibility and the difficulty of bookings with Speedway being at Western Springs Stadium. As I understand it, Speedway occupy approximately 9 to 10 weekends a season, because some of the other big events occur on Boxing Day and New Year's Days, which change, of course, from year to year. So if the season is October to March, 26 weeks, correct, Mr. Parkinson? October to March is
for Speedway?
Yes.
First race is the beginning of November and end of through to the end of March.
Okay, so just looking at the available weekends, if nothing else, that every year that leaves 14, 16 weekends free. More than half of the viable weekends are available. My understanding is that concert bookings are 6 to 12 months in advance, or well in advance, and the Speedway bookings follow the concerts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Final question, I hope someone can give me some clarification on the operating. This is a rather technical question to do with the unitary plan. There's two operating modes, as I understand it, a speedway mode and a post-speedway mode at Western Springs. If speedway is there, as I understand it, there's an allowance for high noise events up to 82 decibels, and that can give about 14 special noise events a year. But if there is no speedway, if there is none, it allows up to potentially 30 events a year, but which is not actually achievable in practice because they're capped at 70 decibels at the boundary. So the essence is that if with the speedway mode there enables more concerts and must be kept to enable viability, whereas if they leave and they are informed that they're leaving, then the offering is actually considerably less, and particularly with that 70 decibel capping at the boundary. Could someone clarify that the two operating modes of the unitary plan then?
Yeah, I can certainly clarify the situation there. So there's really three elements. The first element are the special noise events, which excludes speedway events, and there are 14 of those. Separate to those special noise events, at the time of the unitary plan, there was provision for 12 speedway events plus 2 speedway practice events, so another 14 speedway events. What the unitary plan anticipated was the potential at some time in the future that there would no longer be speedway, at which point those 14 speedway events would be replaced by 30 post-motorsport events. So it's those 30 plus the 14 special noise events.
Thank you. As far as Eden Park, there's been much commentary about the lack of competition. Though I did seem to recall someone from Tātaki in one of the briefings talking about this improving the competitive edge with Eden Park. Council, of course, you'll recall, endorsed unanimously Eden Park 2.1, and all councillors were provided with a pretty impressive series of graphics, but suffice to say, this first stage, 110 million, enhances concert capacity, improves ingress and egress, redefine hospitality, flexible configurations. We know that the stands can be moved around to accommodate cricket and boutique events. There's flexible scale design. In their graphics, they show events such as graduation, pickleball, tennis, beach volleyball, X Games, a whole lot of boutique type activities, and of course the rectangular configuration for the rugby codes is improved too. It's only 14 metres from the boundary. All those factors improve Eden Park, of course, and improve their competitiveness with any other stadiums. We know that, and obviously to leverage that huge investment, they're going to have to get out there and attract all these events. So I'm just curious to... Is all mumbling away under your breath? Don't do that, mate. That's rude. Okay, you've done that before.
You've been here for 2 hours. Come on, question it.
Yeah, well, don't mumble under your breath, okay? Ask a few questions yourself.
Get your question out.
Yeah, charming. Well, at least you avoided using a foul-mouthed expletives this time. That was a nice change. So what I was trying to ask, and it's a serious question, is that Eden Park has become more competitive. We know its concert ability has been vastly increased to 32 events, 20 in that mid-range category. We were told that the thing is the stage, the magical stage, will improve the competitive of Western Springs. But I see in this report this time we have the addition of a comment that there's an opportunity for the potential sharing of temporary staging infrastructure with Eden Park, who is to be the competitor, who is a competitor. That seems contradictory. So the question really goes to how adequate is the analysis of that new Eden Park, particularly if that 2.1 comes online.
Thank you, Councillor. You've raised a number of points, so I'll address each of them. The first point you made was a reference to the governing body's decision to support the redevelopment of Eden Park as the most viable option for a main stadium for Auckland. I think the key point I do need to make in response to that is that support was conditional. So it wasn't a sort of just blanket support. It's conditional on us working on a few things together with Eden Park, which we are doing, and it was explicitly conditional on the council not offering any financial support or not funding that redevelopment. And to date, there is no funding for that redevelopment. So while the council is supportive of it, subject to the conditions I've referred to, it's not something that we can make an assumption will be delivered because it's not funded yet. And some of the other points I'd make is that resolution, as well as previous resolutions of the council, have indicated a future direction which is supportive of a more integrated operating model for the stadium network. So looking at what some people might call, has previously been called the single operator, or an operational partnership, various different names for it, but it's this idea that we want to move towards a model where instead of the stadiums being managed in competition with each other, we have a more venue of best fit, best for Auckland model to operating the stadium network, and that is the position of the council, that we're working towards that model, and remains, we're taking steps to achieve that outcome, but it's not where we are now, as you rightly point out, Councillor. At the moment, Tātaki is a competitor of Eden Park. Notwithstanding that, council, consistent with the stadium network investment objectives and your direction to us have engaged with Eden Park in terms of the decision on Western Springs. We've provided direction to Tātaki that we would like investment in the stadium network to achieve a complementary set of stadiums that work together as a network rather than focusing on trying to compete with Eden Park. That was the direction you provided, and I think Tātaki have responded to that direction by coming up with an option which is designed to be complementary to the stadium network and focused on attracting different types of content. That's also what we've heard from promoters, that that there is some type of content that wouldn't go to Eden Park but would go to Western Springs. It's suited for a different type of act, and is designed to attract additional content. And Eden Park have, as I said earlier, have confirmed that they support that direction.
Final question goes to the consultation results. Throughout the agenda, the comments made are frequently of no clear majority, and we had this rather unusual combining of 3A and B then being separated out. However, one very simple and straightforward question in the consultation document for 3B, which was the highest one, which was what the pro Speedway people went for, the descriptor was used in terms of alternative ideas could include a wide range of options such as motorsport or speedway returning to Western Springs Stadium. So that was there in black and white for people. However, when it comes to recording the support for speedway, unless people provide a comment, they are not captured as supporting speedway. So we have a real anomaly there for the other two options. They just had to tick a box. To be recorded as supporting speedway in our consultation, they had to tick a box and they had to provide a comment. So that's inconsistent. It's asking one group of submitters to do more than the other, and that inevitably skews the results. And by my calculations, it skews the results to the extent of roughly 12 or 13%, where in actual fact the people who indicated support for Speedway would be more likely around 42, 43%. But I invite your response to why the Speedway people had to essentially do two things: tick a box and write a comment. The other people didn't have to write a comment, they just had to tick a box. That's, at the kindest, that's a poor process. At the worst, it actually undermines the integrity of the consultation.
Thank you, Councillor. The options that we consulted on were the ones which the governing body agreed that it wanted to consult the public on, and as has been discussed, and I won't go through it, there was some other ideas put forward at that meeting, but in the end the governing body endorsed these options, so those are the ones that we consulted on. We have provided quite a number of submitters did provide comments, and we have provided all of that information to the governing body. We have assessed those comments and we've provided the percentages in terms of what percentage of each option mentioned Speedway, so that you are able to make an assessment of where public sentiment and community views rests on that issue. And the advice is that you have enough information about that in order to make a decision. I think we were, in designing the consultation, we were aware of some of the issues you've raised, and that hence why the consultation document is quite explicit that option 3B could include motorsport. In the sentence that you just referred to, Councillor, the next sentence is, if you would like to suggest alternative uses for the venue, please include this in your feedback. And we said that quite explicitly because we wanted to encourage people to provide feedback so that it could be assessed. The background to why those were the options that the governing body decided to consult on, we traversed in detail at the last governing body meeting where we talked about that, but it relates to the expression of interest process that was undertaken, which ultimately resulted in the public consultation. So our view is that the consultation was fair and open, and we've provided the information necessary to make a decision.
The only thing is that you essentially miss out capturing 15% of people in option 3B and 19% in 3A, and in respect of the feedback on 3B, you miss out all those people who are most likely Speedway supporters purely because they didn't provide a comment and they weren't required to.
Well, Councillor, I don't think they've been missed out. Their views are available to you and there to be assessed in the round. I don't agree that their views have been missed out. I would note, of course, the consultation is not a referendum, so it's an input into the decision-making process that you're able to consider. The other point that has been made is that the consultation questions and feedback were independently reviewed by Dr. Lara Greaves. That was a request the governing body made of us in the last in the meeting where we discussed that, and so we made sure that there was independent review of the questions to make sure they were fair.
Yes, well, the last time we did review consultation on the stadium, which related to North Harbour at that time, a professor of market analytics at Massey University said that the wording used, the choices are not worded objectively and comparably. This may lead to bias data. So I think, regrettably, this consultation has resulted in a continuation of that disturbing trend.
So that, Councillor Watson, so that was in the context of North Harbour Stadium. And just to be clear, we were aware of those concerns that you had raised, and that is part of the reason why we had it reviewed by Dr. Lara Greaves and why elected members were given an opportunity to comment on the consultation document before it was finalised.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Finished now. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. Councillor Foley has a question, please.
Kia ora, thank you. Can you hear me? I'll just shut. Thanks, Chair. Just a question to staff. In 2018, when I was chair of the Otara Papatui Local Board, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the then Mayor, Phil Goff, and RFA, which is now Tātaki, and Speedway and Bill Buckley. Is that MOU still alive, and is there still an opportunity, if they wanted to, for Speedway to look at Collindale as an option for the future? Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. The memorandum of understanding you referred to is not something that we've looked at as part of this process. It's probably the answer to the question. There was a discussion at one stage about Speedway moving to Collindale, and the decision that you made in October 2024 to invest in Waikaraka Park in order to enable consolidation reflects a different path that we looked at the time, and I think I can recall it being discussed at the time of that decision, whether that was an option that could be looked at.
Kia ora, but is there any legal impediment to, let's say, for example, Speedway wanted to go there in the future? Is there any legal impediment to that, given that the local board, I know the current legitimate local board, is still supportive of that?
The answer is no, there's no legal impediment to looking at that.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Lee, please.
Yes, I'll be brief. In terms of the issue of predetermination and bias, we've heard a lot about Waikaraka Park and its values, if you like, advantages from Tātaki Auckland Unlimited. It's surprising then that we don't have a report on how Waikaraka Park has actually worked over this critical 2024-25 Speedway season. But despite all the, and so there's obviously a difference opinion between Tātaki and the people who are using Waikaraka Park. It has to be pointed out, and correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of Tātaki and its predecessor RFA, and I think Mr. Parkinson, for instance, been the manager of stadia in both those organisations. Going back 10 years, the preference for Speedway, again, not in Western Springs, was actually at Mount Smart, even if that required some demolition work on the eastern stand. And then, as been mentioned just now, the next preference was Colindale Park. And so, in effect, Waikaraka Park is the third preference of Tātaki Auckland Unlimited and its predecessor, Regional Facilities Auckland. So the alternative keeps changing, but what is consistent is the presence of personnel in both RFA and Tātaki who want Speedway out of Western Springs, whether it's to Mount Smart, whether it's to Colindale, or whether it's to Waikaraka Park. That seems to give an impression of predetermination and bias against Speedway at Western Springs.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. The board looked at Waikaraka Park, and we absolutely realise that this is the best option, the current board. So we've done the work. I don't like the inference that it's about people. This is about what is best for Auckland, what is best for Western Springs. It's not always going to suit everyone. We appreciate that. But what is best for our city? And I absolutely believe, and the board believes, that this is the best option for the city. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just add?
Third best option.
Can I just add that in terms of the staff that work at Tātaki, we work in terms of serving the board, through the board under the statement of intent, the council and the people of Auckland. And I just want to assure you, we approach our work professionally. As far as I'm concerned, we have done that consistently certainly since I've been in the role I am, and I want to assure you we continue to do that. And I certainly do take very seriously any suggestion that the advice or the decisions we're making are driven by personality or by personal preferences. We approach our work in a professional way, and I just want to assure you of that.
Thank you for that. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just was looking here at our agenda and stuff, risk and mitigations, 107, a summary of possible risk and mitigation for the recommended options. We're talking here about the recommended option at Western Springs. It says here risk in the event the activity revenues are lower than projected, and then here potential impacts. Revenue may not generate sufficient revenue. Sorry, an event may not generate sufficient revenue to offset operational costs. Increasing reliance on council funding or cross-subsidisation from other venues. Is there a possibility here that motorsport revenue from Waikaraka Park could be used to subsidise Western Springs in the future?
No.
Why can you? That doesn't say that. Yeah.
Oh, reference to other venues is reference to other venues within the Tātaki network, not other venues within council's network. And we are required to, and rightly so, to raise and assess the risks that we see with all decisions, and then to explain what the mitigations are, and we've set that out in the report. But no, there's no suggestion there could be cross subsidisation between Waikaraka Park and Western Springs.
Considering that from the very beginning of this whole process, like we were told that Western Springs lose 1.5 million. At one workshop I asked how much of that is contributed by Speedway. They said they'd come back to me, they didn't. Then I've not heard any clear word on what Speedway actually paid in total. Like even today we've heard, or even the audience was calling out the figures, and yes, it's about this, it's about that. It's very unclear. How would I know from the figures inside Tātaki that there was no cross subsidisation?
Well, in terms of the question you've raised about Waikaraka Park, the way you would know that is Waikaraka Park is not attached to Tātaki in an operational sense. It's a council asset managed by the Maungakiki Tamaki local board. So there isn't a once Tātaki had finished the capital works at the site, it's no longer got a financial relationship to Waikaraka Park. Does that make sense, Councillor?
I'll leave it at that. More questions? No questions now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of questions. You 4 and 5 can retire. As a result of hearing from this morning's, the last several hours of questioning and discussion, the Deputy Mayor and myself, as the proposer and seconder of this, have agreed to add in an F, which states that we request staff to work with Auckland Open Wheel Speedway Club, the Auckland Stock and Saloon Car Club, and other relevant stakeholders to continue to improve the operation of the consolidated speedway model at Waikaraka Park to realise the aspiration of a sustainable, high-quality motorsport venue for Auckland, successfully hosting all classes of speedway, and to report back to the governing body on progress and any recommended refinements. So we're listening and we want the thing to go well. That doesn't preclude any further debate about options, but that means that we want to hear how it's going and do the best at what we can with what we've got at the moment, which is where we stand at the moment. Now, there'll be a debate, and I presume there'll be somebody who wants to debate this, although we've heard just about every debatable thing as a question. But at the moment, I've got no speakers up there, in which case, if there aren't any speakers up there, okay, Mr. Gillen's up there. You can go first.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, I'm not going to debate you as to whether I got my motion in first or not, so I'll put up an amendment, thank you, and I have sent it through to Sandra earlier, and it's seconded by Councillor Watson, and I'm happy to take a 5-minute break if needed for everyone to look at it before I get stuck in.
If there's an amendment received, I haven't seen it yet, so we'll take a 5-minute break while we consider that. Thank you very much.
On resolve for all the members.
Beg your pardon?
It's now available on resolve for the members.
Ladies and gentlemen, okay, we have received an amendment from Councillor Gillen, seconded by Councillor Watson, and Councillor Gillen has the right to talk to his amendment, and so I'll call upon you now, Councillor Gillen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, we have heard today that there are no legal issues with what's in front of us, but I am still very, very concerned about the consultation process and various aspects. So I've put forward an amendment that goes through a number of these, and so I'll go through that. But just before I do, I just want to say that if the governing body, I believe the governing body last term erred in its decision when it did not include Speedway as an option in the consultation. Because if it had done so, we could have avoided the quagmire of issues that we're currently dealing with. The other thing that I think shouldn't have happened is, and as I raised it before in the question time, I think that TAU was out of order making a decision to develop a new option without first coming back to the governing body. So my amendment today, Mr. Mayor, is essentially to go back out for consultation, but I'll just take you through the reasons why. So first of all, an A is to receive the public feedback, noting that option 1 for the Auckland Arena was supported by 21% of submitters, option 2 for the Western Springs Bowl supported by 30% of submitters, option 3A to keep things as they are supported by 16% of submitters, and option 3B to explore other ideas supported by 33% of submitters. And noting in B that 14,894 submissions were received on the future use of Western Springs Stadium, and that is a higher number than we receive on most consultations, including the recent Plan Change 120 consultation, which is at 10,500. So this is a very significant and important decision, one that Aucklanders care passionately about. In C, express concern, the consultation process and the conclusions drawn by the Council on the future use of Western Springs Stadium are potentially unsound and risk reputational damage to Auckland Council if used as the basis for the decision due to the following. First, consultation was undertaken without a clear option to include Speedway, despite it being a significant and well-supported activity at the stadium for the last 96 years. Due to not being provided their preferred option, supporters of Speedway appear to have split their responses between option 3A, to keep it as things as they are, which received 16%, and option 3B, explore other ideas, which received 33%, which was the highest supported option. Options 3A and 3B total 49% of responses. It says in the report that around 30% of all submissions made actual comments relating to keeping Speedway, but really anywhere up until 49% could be supporting Speedway. The second reason is proponents of option 1, Auckland Arena, withdrew their proposal at the end of the consultation, effectively rendering redundant the 21% of responses in favour of that option, and we don't know what their second preference was. The third reason is the description of option 3A stated that Auckland Council and TAU are also open to other ideas. This consultation provides an opportunity for the public to suggest alternative ideas for the venue. These could be explored if the Council does not decide to proceed with option 1 or 2. If you'd like to suggest alternative uses for the venue, please include this in your feedback. And yet the governing body members have not been provided with any assessment of all the ideas that were presented under option 3B, so we don't know what the alternatives that the public put forward are. The fourth reason is that the public have not provided feedback on the revised option 2, which is the one that TAU are now recommending, as it is substantially different from the option 2 that went out for consultation. And here are some of the differences. The revised option proposes that TAU operate the stadium, which is materially different to the consulted option, which was to provide a 30-year lease to a concert provider and to Ponsonby Rugby Club. The second one, the revised option proposes accommodating events of 15,000 to 30,000, which is half the 50,000 capacity figure that was used in the consultation material. Thirdly, the role of Ponsonby Rugby Club is scaled back from being involved in a 30-year lease to a 5-year extension of lease, subject to redevelopment clause that allows for a 2-year termination notice, so it could actually only be there for 2 years. And the emphasis on community use and access, which was all through the description of the option 2 in the consultation, the emphasis on community use and access has been removed with the provision of community hub, club rooms, upgrades of outer sports fields, etc., no longer part of the proposal and instead are unfunded future options. Also, an unsolicited bid from Western Springs Speedway Association was declined due to being received after the EOI deadline, which it was, yet the revised option 2 from TAU was proposed after the EOI deadline as well. Then D, expressed concern that a decision is being recommended on the future of Western Springs Stadium when Auckland Council is scheduled to face judicial review proceedings in the High Court in July of this year in respect to Council's decision-making process related to Speedway, and we heard about that earlier today. So, Mr Mayor, I'm recommending that the governing body therefore direct staff to prepare a new public consultation on the future use of Western Springs Stadium, including the following options. 1, the revised option 2, as recommended by TAU, because the public haven't had a chance to comment on that yet. And also an option that enables the return of Speedway to Western Springs Stadium in conjunction with Ponsonby Rugby concerts and events. And that the consultation must take into account changed circumstances that affect Western Springs Stadium and the content at the stadium, including but not limited to the Eden Park 2.1 redevelopment supported by Auckland Council, increases in concert content at Eden Park about to come to effect, and flood-prone considerations affecting Western Springs Stadium. So thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to also say that this vote could be a division, please. Thank you. I was just calling on a division when it comes up, please.
Okay, speaking to this. Okay, we'll put it to, pay attention. Councillor Watson is the seconder and then Councillor Turner. Okay.
Thank you. I think it's appropriate now to say what I intended to say because hopefully this goes through. I want to say this issue is not just about Speedway, about Western Springs anymore. It's not just about it's not about Speedway, just about Speedway anymore. It's also about council. It's about us. Yep. We spend an inordinate amount of time and effort building relationships with our communities, upholding and strengthening our reputational integrity, and fostering trust in the execution of council's decision-making processes. Personally, I have found this process rushed and unfinished. I understand the value of a fast-track approach, which is what this issue has felt like to me since the beginning, when an unexpected opportunity presents itself. I do not dispute the advantages widely touted as delivered by a free $200 million stadium, but the disadvantages were less spoken of. I don't accept that due diligence and clear process should suffer to expedite an opportunity, and I feel it has. But that first offer, option 1, was withdrawn. This was not just the loss of 1 out of 4 choices, really 1 out of 3. TAU and Auckland Council clearly and concisely stated in its consultation process that this was their preferred option, making it central to the consultation process. The loss of which is a significant and substantial reduction in the validity of the consultation, and I believe was more than enough justification to start the process again at that point, which is what we're kind of asking for here. But we didn't do that. Instead, we chose what on the surface was the next most popular option. But then TAU identified this option, option 2, was financially unworkable. So we, and I say we because we're all in this together, so TAU then workshopped with the EOI, with other EIO applicants for, and we heard this morning, months and months and months, and TAU formulated a proposal that TAU believed works for them, all while refusing to entertain, excuse the pun, the approach from, consecutive approaches from Western Springs Speedway Association, despite acknowledging in writing that the second and later unsolicited proposal from the association met the scope of the procurement process. When I questioned why that is at our last workshop, TAU said that the application had been presented to Auckland Council, not themselves, the inference being that a wrong process had been followed. I believe that This is about being seen to be there with our community, in lockstep with our community for the best outcomes for everybody. I don't think we've demonstrated that by keeping them out of the debate, and I beg with you all to support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Watson, please.
Thanks. I guess you'd find it hard to believe that we're sitting here with an offer that's on the table, or at least up for consideration, that would deliver $10 to $12 million of private investment, would construct a new health fitness centre, 25-metre pool, club rooms for Ponsonby Rugby, cafe, museum, that would, most importantly, retain all three user groups, Ponsonby Rugby, concerts and events, and Speedway, and which would be a model that would deliver a far better return on investment than music promoters who are not going to put anything in, no money getting put in. Ponsonby Rugby's not putting any money in. The ratepayers are going to be putting money in. So it's almost inconceivable, particularly given the almost the obsession with with finances in this matter over the last little while, that such a proposal hasn't even been given any consideration at all. In fact, it's been quite deliberately sidelined. That's the first point I'd make. The second point I'd make, it's also equally inconceivable that elected members could be sitting around the chamber listening to the quite disturbing testimony from the 5 racing clubs that make up Western Springs Open Wheel Racing. Almost to a person, they talked about the dramatic decline in competitor numbers, the cycle of declining participation and declining patronage with fewer spectators, how a once thriving motorsport is now being fractured, talk about the track surface, the new seating, the inadequacies, and that are fundamental barriers to running a safe, successful speedway program. And they finish by saying open wheel racing has survived in Auckland for nearly a century, yet in just one season at Waikaraka Park, the sport has been pushed to the brink. If the current arrangement continues for another season, we believe open wheel racing will disappear from Auckland entirely. And that's really what's at stake today, ladies and gentlemen. As much as we can hear platitudes and homilies from those outside of the sport, those 5 groups are the people we should be listening to. And the difference is now, last year it was hypothetical. We're getting told how well it was going to work, how things were going to be better. This year we've found out, actually, this is what's happened. There is no money to make it anymore. The 11 million's gone. It would take at least 40, 50 million to fix it up. And even with that, it's clear that it would be inferior to Western Springs. I'm not quite sure what the Western Springs people have to do. They've engaged in the consultation in good faith. They've easily dominated the public feedback on that. Well over 40% of people said they wanted Speedway to retain. Yet it's very clear that was never given any consideration at all. Is that fair? Is that what we come into council for? To completely dismiss a section of our community who have not been listened to at all? We told them, yes, listen to the consultation process, you'll have your opportunity to have your say there. They had their say and they've been ignored in their entirety. I guess what makes it particularly galling for me, and perhaps some other councillors who've been around here a while, is the track record of the stadiums in Auckland. It has been abysmal. It's gone from looking to turn Western Springs into a cricket stadium while simultaneously understating the cost by 900%. It's gone to considering demolishing part of Mount Smart to, ironically enough, to host Speedway racing. It has demolished part of North Harbour Stadium with catastrophic results for that stadium, and which have not yet been restored, to host a failed baseball franchise that was gone in a couple of years. Now we're back at Western Springs. And I guess the thing that sticks in my mind, over the years, there was just a few councillors who said, no, that doesn't make sense to demolish Mount Smart, now our best used stadium. Last year, at least there was a majority of people said, well, actually, that's not a good thing for the North Shore to demolish and sell off the land at North Harbour. But today, it's even worse because it's not theoretical. We've heard that it has failed and failed miserably. So there's no rose-tinted glasses here. It has not worked. So I guess when you look at these people here today who have stayed to 3 o'clock, endured all this time, what do you say to them? They know what's coming. They've told us what's coming. And I guess the big question is whether we take any heed of that or not. Councillor Gillen's amendment provides the opportunity not to dismiss what Tātaki have put on the table, to put that out in good faith, along with this other proposal that has private investment, that accommodates all three codes, and potentially produces a valuable community facility on top of that. Why wouldn't you go out with that, particularly when you know there's judicial review proceedings? And if you listen to the lawyer, they're not without a bit of ammunition. So I just conclude by saying this is a good amendment. It does allow both options to stay on the table, and more importantly, it's responding to the reasonable demands of our community, because these people come from all over Auckland.
Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've entered today with an open mind. Perhaps one of the things that I found, they had to give a lot of thought to, was the answer from the Chief Executive of Tātaki Unlimited today, when he admitted that he hadn't read the latest Speedway Association proposal. That concerned me because I had read it, and it's new to the table. I think, just as it's been outlined, what I'm reading in that proposal is there's a new facility for Ponsonby Rugby, there's a conference cafe, there's a 25-metre pool for the community centres, cafes, gyms, rugby, concerts, speedway, childcare centre, etc. Multiple tenancies, reducing the risks to Auckland ratepayers, not only reducing the risk by having spread tenancies, but also all that investment not being paid by the ratepayer. I find that extremely important, that we need to consider that around this table. Tātaki Unlimited hasn't had that opportunity, and neither have we, and we probably should. So the return on investment to ratepayers needs to be considered in every scenario that's presented to us. And I think there's one here that is extremely important, and we haven't had the time to digest to our best ability. And we take an oath when we take this office to do it the very best we can. And in this case, in all good consciousness, I don't believe that I have considered that, and I don't believe the governing body has had the opportunity, let alone Tātaki Limited, to digest the latest proposal. One that's, on the surface of it, looks like the best deal that we probably had, perhaps after the football proposal, in terms of private investment. So it's with, I have to vote with my heart on this. I have to go with what I believe is the right thing. And I believe the right thing is to get that proposal in front of us for each and every one of us to consider against the other options. And at the moment, we haven't got that in front of us. I see this amendment as the only proposal today as a mechanism to actually do that. So, yeah, I'm just going to have to go with my conscience and make a conscious vote on this. And at the moment, I'm supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you. There was a great deal of dismay last week when the Acumen Idleman Trust barometer of public confidence in government was released, and the results were that public confidence of government is at 49%. That's the national government, the parliamentary government, national with a small n. But here in Auckland, we have our own quality of life surveys. Citizens Insight Monitor, CIM. And the latest figures for that are actually, in terms of trust in local government, are at 27%. Confidence that Auckland Council makes decisions in the best interests of Auckland, 29%, and belief that public has influence over decisions, 34%. That's pretty awful, given we consider ourselves, and we should be, and have been, a democratic society. Interestingly enough, those figures seem to straddle the 29.4% of Auckland's qualified Aucklanders who bothered to cast a vote at the last election. This Speedway affair has not helped the image of Auckland Council, nor confidence, nor trust. That is quite clear. I think the obligation on us is to try and address that. It's a question of what is right, what is wrong, a question of what is democratic, and a question essentially of honour. Now, I'm not going to get into the details of process that have been addressed and during the questioning, but I was struck by the admonition of the Court of Appeal to our colleagues in the Wellington City Council when they talked about unlawful funneling of choices. And this goes back to the Local Government Act, Section 77, and Councillor Sayers has reminded us that we swear a solemn oath before our election becomes official, before we have a warrant of office. We swear that oath, and a key part of it is to uphold our obligations under the Local Government Act. These are mandatory obligations. It should be taken seriously. In terms of the last public consultation, 6 months after the decision to evict Speedway, it brings to mind what would we think of a country that called an election 6 months prior to that. That country had permanently exiled the most popular candidate. Would we think that country was really democratic or just going through the motions? The other concern I have with the last consultation was that we actually voted for 3 options. Unfortunately, we couldn't get support for an explicit Speedway option, but we did authorise 3 options, and what went out to the public was 4 options, and some might suggest that was in effect vote splitting, and so it turned out to be. So my plea to my colleagues here today, and you, Mr. Mayor, is get behind this amendment proposed by Councillor Gillen. which is thoughtful and robust and pretty hard to argue against in terms of honesty, in terms of justice, in terms of fairness, and in terms of democracy. So I'll be voting for it, and I make a heartfelt plea to colleagues around the table to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Winiata, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure if we'll have get a chance to speak in terms of the debate, so I'll take the opportunity now. It was mentioned by staff, we risk council's reputation if we go through the process again. That's a hard one to swallow. Firstly, we aren't even a consideration on some sporting event calendars because you have to deal with multiple different staff within council to try and get an event organised. So they just go ahead and look to work with the Hamilton District Council, the Rotorua District Council, because they have one person to go to and it's much easier. So we miss out on events just because our process inhibits being able to make things easy for our community. Secondly, when you've got a football club turn up on Saturday to a council-owned changing rooms and there's no hot water cylinder for the first home game of the season, and council have known about this since November last year and it hasn't been replaced, it does raise a few eyebrows around council's reputation in terms of how it treats its clubs. We have already risked our reputation with the public, and we're regularly letting them down and being let down by council departments. And thirdly, I guess the perceived changing of the goalposts by introducing an altered option 2 is hugely detrimental to the perception of the council to the public. Contrary to that, when there is a private plan that's put forward by an entity to go into a park, a community facility with a pool, and so on, consequential OPEX is something that weighs in on any new facility. When you start talking about pools, I know that the Manarewa Community Pool at the Pool and Leisure Centre down there, that costs in excess of around $1.8 million a year to run. I don't know how a community facility can get constructed and be able to operate for the community without providing an extensive user pays model, which may be detrimental to some of the community that wish to enjoy those facilities, but the barrier is the cost to get through. And that's the same with the facility if we're looking at it in general. If it does fail, who's going to be the end user of that? It's going to have to be brought into council. I look at a number of buildings around the Weymouth Peninsula, and if I know anything, they're empty now and becoming dilapidated because things do come to an end, and everybody looks to council as the big brother to hand out the money or as the bank of mum and dad, so to speak. And without the right plan moving ahead, it is really hard to consider these options. I don't know if a funding plan has been provided with the model that was put forward around the community centre, because it's not just to get it constructed, it's what are we expected to look at in terms of maintenance costs over the next 10 years, because at some stage someone's going to have to take that into account, and those are very hard questions for us to ask our ratepayers to have to shoulder in the coming years if the assistance is needed. And we're already seeing with Waikaraka Park that the initial $11 million investment has fallen short and it will need extra help. I understand that there's a very passionate group of race car fans that are here. I have enjoyed many nights at Western Springs as I have at Waikaraka Park, and I understand that sometimes through my football career I didn't care where I was playing, I just wanted grass to play on. So I understand that drivers also just want to get out and drive, and they're being frustrated because of the lack of dirt or quality of dirt at Waikaraka Park and the constant delays. So the intention for council to get that right and failing there was quite frustrating. So If we look at previously the option 2 on the former amendment, we do have to consider that it may have its hiccups, but we also have to decide whether or not we're moving forward for the best interests of the city as a whole, or looking at hanging on to something which may continue to prove a little bit more of an anchor than the residents and the region might otherwise like. Those are my points, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson, please.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's appropriate, but I wouldn't mind getting a couple of answers from the mover of the amendment about timeframes. One of the things that I'm just myopically focused on is money and wasting money. And one day there were going to be some management textbooks written with a how not to do something, and this will be used as the example of the appalling process we've gone through over and over and over again. So I'm really reluctant to vote for the amendment, because I'm just about at my bloody wit's end about this thing going on and on and on for more. What sort of time frame did you envisage this whole consultation and coming back to us again would be, Councillor Gillen? Are you thinking about a year?
That's a hard one with the way that council operates, but probably up to a year.
Yeah.
I mean, to be done properly.
And in which case we lose a big chunk of revenue from what Tautaki are proposing for that year, right? Is that right? Am I mistaken on that? Okay. So, yeah. Okay, well, okay, that's all I want to ask. I'm not sure which bloody way I'll vote on this now.
Well, that's clear. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am going to support the amendment because I am not sufficiently persuaded that the process has been sufficiently robust. There has been problem and confusion that we have heard about ad nauseum today. We're all here in the best interest of Auckland, and after all, the two drivers for amalgamation, I think, were transport and stadia. And I am not persuaded that we're doing justice to what that responsibility that we have. But I want to keep my comments short because I think it's all been said, but I will be supporting the amendment, and I thank my colleagues for doing an enormous amount of research on this, and Councillor Gillen for bringing forward the amendment.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just on the money, Morris, I've just checked. Staff say will cost about 62k for consultation. We would lose 750k plus 1.1 million in revenue.
Oh, wonderful. Quick. Rightio, I've got no speakers. We've been called for a vote on this thing. It'd be nice to get on and do something. The division was called by somebody or other.
Okay, councillors, we are going to vote on Councillor Gillen's amendment, seconded by Councillor Watson. We're doing that via resolve, and we will start the vote now. Thank you, councillors. We have everybody's vote. The amendment has lost 6 votes to 15.
Thank you. Righto. We'll now go back to the original offer up there, and that's been debated hell. I think we might as well vote on that too. Okay. Does anyone want to do that by division? Yep. Okay, we're going to vote on the original, which is up there now, which is extended. I have an F in there as well, so please send that round for voting, please.
Okay, councillors, we are now voting on the original motion. We'll start the vote now. Thank you, councillors. That's the vote completed. We do have votes from His Worship and Councillor Newman. As you can see, that vote has carried 15 votes to 6.
We're going to move an extension of time, seconded by Deputy Mayor. I'll just adjourn while those people leave, and
Just take 2 minutes, right?
2 minutes.
I got 180,000 votes, mate.
Hey, not Wayne, shush.
We're not doing them? Oh, we're not.
Why not? Where'd you get that from? Okay, resuming everybody, we're going to move to 8.5, the Chief Executive Strategic Program Update and the Group Chief Financial Officer Updates. Yeah, okay, I'll second that. And is Ross here? I'll just wait for Ross to take his place, and the Chief Executive will address us right now. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thanks, Your Worship. Just to explain, there were a couple of other items on the agenda which we're deferring in the interests of time because we've still got a few confidential items to go after this. So I'm going to keep the routine CE report pretty brief. But if there are issues, and anticipating that there might be one or two questions, we've got folk here who can talk about different aspects. It'll be obvious once I dig into it. So the other kind of preliminary point is just to remind you that we've shifted the more routine financial and operational updates into the monthly and quarterly reporting to the Budget Committee. So I'm trying to keep this section focused on a few of the higher order things. Having said that, I do note for your reassurance that we're in a positive position year to date in terms of operating expenditure, capital expenditure, savings, revenue, and hitting in the round our service delivery KPIs. Pretty headline position. So I'm going to cover a few things quickly. Where are we with the transport reform, fuel security, the regional deal, Plan Change 120, the development community and forum, and quickly the recovery update. So there is some lack of certainty about the precise timing of the enabling transport legislation. Could be very shortly, or it could be the end of April. It depends on some limitations within the parliamentary program, whether they can get through it this week before they go into recess. Otherwise, it'll be coming back towards the end of the month. However, we are continuing with the key program of work around this. The detailed design around the public transport company structure and the changes that will be made in the council organisation to accommodate the bulk of transport delivery is well underway and making good progress. We're in that stage now where we've got to nail the detail in order to provide certainty to everyone involved, and we're on target for a formal change proposal to meet employment relations obligations and such like at the end of April. To be released. Communications are ramping up. The interim board that you appointed is now effectively in place in terms of at least being briefed, inducted, starting work on aspects of the transition that we need governance guidance from them on. And you will note there is a confidential item at the end of the agenda today that deals with the status of the existing Auckland Transport Board and the interim board. I won't say more about that now. We'll cover that off later in the agenda. I also want to note that in discussion with the interim board and in terms of my own planning, we are looking to move on appointments for the key leadership positions at the top of the public transport CCO structure and in terms of the council organisation in the transport space sooner rather than later, and not waiting until the end of that design and engagement process. That reflects the fact that that leadership needs to be put in place now to get sort of direction to staff in place and to be part of making some decisions about what subsequently happens. I will brief you separately, or between Steve Mutton and I, and Steve's at the back here to pick up any questions on this, we will brief you separately and shortly about the way the structure is going to look. Okay, what direction we're heading in that regard. changing tax. The second thing to talk to is in relation to fuel security. Now, I'm joined by Parul here, who will help pick up any questions. Parul is leading the consideration of those fuel security issues for us, and Ross is also here. Not looking to dig into this in great detail today, but you do need to understand that we are concerned, need to be concerned about this situation in terms of fuel supply. To give you an idea, just to put some dimensions around it, through our different areas, we are using 600,000 litres of diesel per week in the bus fleet, 100,000 on the ferries, another 100,000 litres of diesel just on the Waiheke run, 60 to 70,000 litres of diesel per week in terms of the waste management function, trucks going around the city. Okay, so we are very exposed in terms of price increases and need to be concerned about scenarios that would have costs increasing into particularly the next financial year, let alone the balance of this financial year. Okay, that's the harsh news. The good news is that we're planning around this. We'll be in a position to brief you more fully in short order. And have some strategies thinking about how to mitigate some of that, including particularly the obvious option of some leadership into the community around public transport use and such like. Problem for us, but we've got to be there to support the community in terms of outcomes in that regard. Carrying on, the regional deal, you will hear this commented on. It is finished. It is waiting on the formal signing, and that is intended to happen in April. Okay, I won't be more specific, but there'll be advice about that shortly in terms of when that's happening. You will see, and again, I don't think it's wise for us to entertain getting into this in too much detail today. It will be coming to the Planning Committee shortly, but you will note that Cabinet has made decisions around the settings for Plan Change 120 and reduced the theoretical yield in terms of housing supply down to 1.4 mil. Noting that the National Policy Statement on Urban Development and previous guidance around the focus on the CRL stations and such like still hold. Okay, so there is decision making coming your way shortly. You will be briefed. Megan is correct. Megan, correct me. Megan's preparing a briefing note for you that'll be with you shortly. And then, Richard, I think the Planning Committee's the 14th of April, and that will be your opportunity to sort of talk through how you handle that change setting from central government. I wanted to note the Mayor's initiative in bringing virtually all of the significant developers in the region together, and we had an opportunity to brief them on what Council's doing and explore with them what they need from us in terms of unlocking development. That was very well received. Related to that, and not to go into detail, we are doing some more work in terms of timing in line with the transport change around the Auckland Urban Development Office, how it's located, what it's prioritising, how we unlock its role in terms of coordinating and facilitating developer interest in infrastructure investment and such like. Likewise, we're looking further at the property function, which we need to because there's a significant transport property function to accommodate in our arrangements as well. Related, I just note for those of you who aren't on the Value for Money Committee that we've completed a significant review of the resource consenting function, and there are some changes happening in that space as well. Very finally from me, I just want to acknowledge in the recovery space that 96% now of all offers in terms of property buyouts are in place, and 561 dwellings have been removed around the region. We're at that point in the process I've noted before where, you know, we're dealing with the tricky and the gnarly and the slightly contentious situations that people are in, and therefore needing to kind of resolve some. We've had really good success in terms of conflict resolution and appeal processes and such like, and we're ticking them through. But we're right at the sharp end, or the final run home in terms of that scheme. It's right on budget and on timeline, but that presumes there aren't too many more situations where we're compelled to convert categorisation from Category 2 to Category 3 and therefore buy it out. But we're okay at this stage, and thankfully we're almost done. I'm going to pause there, ask Ross to comment in terms of the quick financial update.
Well done. Good report.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. As Phil said, I won't go into the detail of the financials, but aside from sort of, emerging issues around fuel costs, things are looking really good this year, and the trends continue with at a group and Auckland Council level, things being both revenue and expenditure ahead of budget, CapEx at 80% delivery. And in terms of the annual budget, there's the $50 million budget gap we've talked about. There's been good progress in finding solutions to that and working through the local board cost pressures, looking at mitigations through that process. That's all playing out as local boards make decisions and as further work is done on the budgets. And over the next month or so, we'll be able to give you an update on that. But we have got this emerging issue of fuel costs, just like every other household business. As Phil's outlined, we consume a lot of fuel, particularly in the PT diesel fleet, so diesel buses and diesel ferries. In terms of our council's direct spend, it's quite a lot less than that. We spend about $2 million per annum normally on fuel that we purchase, but most of the exposure is through the contracts. So PT contracts, which is maybe about half the spend, and then you've got waste contracts, full facilities maintenance contracts, road maintenance contracts. So if you kind of add up what are those operating costs, either through the $2 million we spend and what's spent through those contracts, it's around a $90 million per annum fuel spend that we have, which is all the things that Phil was talking about, plus the other bits and pieces. So we're not immune to that fuel increase at the moment. Most of those costs are being borne by the PT operators, the contractors, but a lot of those contracts have indexation clauses. So with a bit of a lag, they'll look at average fuel prices as per the contract, and some of those costs will flow through to us. Some of them have a 3-month lag, some of them have a 6-month or annual cycle. So it's likely that some of those costs will find their way into the council's operating costs for us to fund. As I said, we're well ahead of budget current year, so we're not so concerned about impacts for this financial year. But because of that lag impact and because of the size of things, there will almost certainly be some impact on next year's budget. Still very early to say what that is. We don't know how high prices will be and how long they'll stay at those levels. You can do sort of rough orders of magnitude if it's a 90 million spend, and at the moment diesel prices are roughly double what they were at the pump. If it was a full year of that kind of price, that would be 90 million. If it was 3 months, 6 months, you can sort of do maths on that. So there will be an impact, and it might be some extra pressure. So over and above that 50 million pressure that we started with and worked through, there could be something of in the tens of millions of extra costs we're going to have to resolve through next year's budget. It's still early days. We don't know exactly what it will be, and we don't have mitigations for you right now, but through the budget process over the next couple of months, and you have to make decisions in May around how to balance next year's budget, but there is this extra cost pressure that will come on board. There will be some offsets in terms of higher PT patronage. We'll add a little bit and offset some of the revenue, but not probably, it won't be enough to offset all of those costs. So we'll work through that and give you updates. The other element we're looking at, probably a little bit more medium term, and that's, well, what if there's impacts? What does it mean in terms of fuel costs flowing through to inflation and any Reserve Bank response in terms of interest rates? So we could be seeing in the future, it's very early days yet, it's too early to tell, but if we do start to see embedded inflation and higher interest rates, particularly higher long-term rates, we don't think that will have much of an impact on next year's budget, but it could be looking at, as we go into the first year of the long-term plan, if we're into a high inflation and interest environment, there's going to be more challenges. The current plan of sort of keeping rates to 3.5 on an ongoing basis, might be very challenging. So we'll have other challenges. If we are in that sort of high inflation, high interest environment, there'll be more challenges for the long-term plan. Probably the last to mention then is in capital costs as well. So if you imagine every sort of capital project out there, there's people operating machinery, driving trucks, all those things are part of the cost of construction projects. Each project has its own contract, so there are contractual arrangements that kind of need to work through. That's a long-term, a long and complex process to work through those capital contracts. But there might see more costs there, and that might mean changes to delays, deferring some of the timing of capital projects as those costs work through. So it's an emerging issue. The first important point for you would be in the annual budget, how do we deal with those higher operating costs coming through from those large suppliers? Yep, that's about it. I guess the only other point to mention is we are keeping an eye on rating agencies. We've had the Moody's have reaffirmed our credit rating, so no change there. But yes, so that's good. But on the more the negative side, what we've seen is Fitch, who don't rate us, but they do rate the government, and they put the New Zealand sovereign rating on negative outlook. So there is sort of concern about the New Zealand government, which kind of sets an anchor for us and many other organisations. So we're looking okay in terms of our rating at the moment, but we are a function of the New Zealand sovereign rating. So that's just one thing that we're keeping an eye on there. Happy to take any questions.
Matt. Councillor Fletcher's got a question, followed by Councillor Gillen.
My question is actually to Phil Wilson. Firstly, can I congratulate you on establishing the working group under Paril on the whole issue of fuel supply and what the impact will be on council. So I really appreciate that, and I appreciate that update. My question relates to the Auckland deal. And it does seem that there's been quite a bit of tennis being played between the council and the government with regards plan changes. And I wondered within the Auckland deal whether there could be some consideration of the Manga view shafts, because I read that the minister, Bishop, has aspirations on actually the removal, can't get the word out, of these volcanic view shafts, and had some interesting work around what the cost per household was with their retention. I note that yesterday at the first hui of this electoral term of the TMA, we were advised that the independent hearings panel, who are considering Plan Change 78, have confirmed their full support for the retention of the volcanic view shafts. So my request to you is that something that could be factored in to ongoing discussions with government and the Auckland deal?
Firstly, the Auckland deal is concluded and signed off at both a governing body and cabinet level. Okay, so that won't be reopened unless there's a very conscious decision to do it, and I doubt that. But what it does do is it talks to the nature of the relationship and the process that we will follow to address issues of mutual concern. So there's probably a possibility there, but not strictly within the ambit of the regional deal.
But is that something you will follow up in the most appropriate forum?
Yes, subject to the appropriate direction from the planning committee, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Glynn?
Well, thank you, and my apologies if you covered this off, but regarding cost pressures, we were looking at a cost pressure for local boards of either 6 million for the most affected local boards or 15 million to cover all, to make sure they all get their fair entitlement. With the changes in the cost pressure, have you got new figures for that? I'm aware that some local boards have been given updates on what their cost pressures are.
So we're working through that. I think there's been some changes that might have reduced marginally across that in terms of that 6 million. I think both numbers might have come down a little bit, but we are looking at ways through the process, including where local boards are looking to swap some OPEX for CAPEX, and then that frees up some other OPEX across the system to hopefully mitigate that 6 million. So it's all being worked through. There are some updates. Hopefully we can get through that. But then on the other side, there's this emerging fuel cost issue that just adds more pressure across the board.
Well done. Thank you. Councillor Winiata, please.
Yeah, apologies if you covered this off, Phil, but just the fuel cost is one thing, but will the government prioritise fuel going to public transport and industry above residential or private petrol stations?
Yes, I'll ask Parole to pop forward and make further comment, but what they have worked up is, if you like, a hierarchy and a staged approach to the response to shortages, and it does prioritise some public services, and it's fairly obvious which areas we would be concerned about in terms of public transport and waste collection and such like. But Parole, do you want to comment?
Kia ora, thank you for that question. They are so we are in a planned response from the government. So they have broken it up into 4 phases. At the moment, we are in phase which is just monitoring the situation, as they are quite confident of what is coming into the country in terms of fuel supply. But as we get into the more difficult situation where the fuel supply is constrained, they have come up with a banding process, which we are feeding into, because as it stands at the moment, it's not clear as to where local government operations fall into it. But it clearly defines PTS. One part of it, it's in the ban, but the other activities that local government undertakes is missing, so we are feeding back into it. If fuel gets to that stage that it has to be rationed, it will be clearly done in that banding level.
Okay, thank you. I guess we're all grateful that the train lines have been electrified, but just, I guess, ensuring that priority and being wary over the increase in cost to council when the rail lines close in the upcoming weeks as well. Thank you.
Yeah, and I mean, this is by no means the biggest part of it, but it's also reassuring that council's own fleet in terms of normal operations is largely electrified. So we've got resilience.
Even if it is coal-fired power, but who's next? Councillor Hills.
Thank you. Yeah, and I am quite happy that we pushed hard for electrification of our own fleet and the buses and the ferries a number of years ago. But I know I sent you an email, Phil, in the Mayor's office a number of weeks ago now about the fuel crisis. Just, and I know you've set up the group and that's great, but I just want to know what messaging is going to the organisation, like, using the remaining diesel vehicles last, or, what other things are we doing to try and, not, I guess, ration or anything at this stage, but reduce that cost? Because I am really concerned about the annual plan. We could, and I don't want to scare everyone, but be heading for a gap again with both the fuel and the inflation issues, like we had in 2023 when the mayor came in, we suddenly had, because our LTP is locked in at that 1 to 3%, we suddenly have a massive gap, and we have not consulted on increasing the rates higher. So I'm just wondering, are we doing everything we can to reduce potential costs to end up having to cut back deeper in a real emergency way?
Look, I think to do justice to that, it's better that I follow up after the meeting with something more comprehensive with Pearl's assistance. Suffice to say, we have planned around this, or at least we're continuing to kind of look at our options. Everything from as needs be, looking at staff work patterns through to promoting public transport messaging, accelerating something for staff in that regard, right through to AT's management of those contracts around the vehicle fleet. So I probably won't do justice to it right now, but I think we'll come back to you with some more guidance around what those strategies are. We're in a difficult situation here, right? Because some of the answer that the community needs from a cost of living point of view and dealing with stuff at a household level is exactly the stuff that pushes up our prices. So you're right that this has a bearing on, as Ross has talked to, this has a bearing on sustainability of current budget settings into next year. So I think it's better we come back with something comprehensive for you shortly.
Yeah, it would be good to have, I guess, that information as soon as possible, because I would hate to get to the May meeting or something and suddenly we've got a $100 million hole. I'm not saying that would happen, but let's just, I guess, get ahead of it. The other thing, and a lot of what we do, we set the settings, like with the climate plan, but actually most of it's operational. So, what can be happening. Are you working with your ELT and the water care and AT at the moment to kind of expedite some of what we've got in there? So we've done solar, a little bit here and there. We've started switching out the gas boilers in the pools, but is there any way you're looking at the teams to go, hey, can we bring some of that forward within our existing budgets? Because we've been doing that sort of progressively, but this could go on for who knows how long, and is it time to really switch some of that work to make us more resilient? Like, what if it drags for a year or two to get ahead of it? So
I think the honest answer is early days, and we need to do more planning around that. That clearly involves some capital investment to make those switches, and therefore the kind of lead time to get results is long. But you are right that now's the time to kind of start thinking in those terms.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, very quickly, Phil, you've got here on page 4 that Ports of Auckland are $5 million above budget, which is fantastic. The problem is, last night I read in the Guardian that International Monetary Fund is making severe predictions about the reduction in global growth and global volumes of freight and so on transiting over the next however long this lasts and beyond. Is it possible to get us a bit of a briefing out of Auckland, Ports of Auckland, about what they think at present? No, I mean, no one knows, but it's good that they're $5 million up, but it could easily turn quite septic and trade drop dramatically if IMF forecasts are right.
In a word, yes. I'll talk to Roger about that, and we'll incorporate it.
It'd be worthwhile getting something to us if you can.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I'm sort of on the same vein, so I'll sort of succinct it all together. Because in the Mayor's absence in hospital, I was on that call with the government. So am I correct in saying those weekly calls will remain with the government as an ongoing watch with local government, correct? Right. Second thing, are we doing our own prioritisation for the use of fuel within what we do to assist us manage the issue from Auckland Council's perspective? Yes?
Yes.
Right. And the third thing is, both, it's not just Roger Gray, but it's Kerry Hurahangi, Hanganui, Auckland International Airport, and they both covered it at Project Auckland. So it's actually just as important for us to hear from her. Yes, I know that Roger has more of an income-based issue, but it's an Auckland-wide issue for everything from tourism to goods, just as much from the airport for our cities overall. So what I'm saying is, look, weekly update with the government, put together a four-stage plan for us, how we're managing it, and 3, keep us up to date, because I think Aucklanders want to know too. We've covered it with public transport. I think Auckland Transport have done very well in that space, giving Aucklanders confidence of things that they can do to assist in that space, including the $50 fare cap and electrification. But it's the other things as well. Thanks.
If I may just add through the chair, we are not only working with MB but also with NEMA because of our dual role in terms of a council that is delivering services, but also when we hit phase 3 and 4, when it gets difficult, Auckland Emergency Management has a big role to play in maintaining the logistical side of it in terms of rationing as well. So we're making sure that our crisis management team and Auckland Emergency Management are working together so that it's a smoother transition.
Thanks. And just one to Ross. Ross, it's always nice to outdo the government when your credit rating was kind of better than them. But can you just tell us a little bit more why you say that's a negative? Because obviously, I know the answer, but I'm just trying to ask you to expand why that is a concern for us, even though our credit rating's okay. What does that mean for our bonds and our markets and things?
Yes, there's a range of factors that the credit rating agencies look at. A key one is our debt levels, but they also look at financial management, how strong that is, a range of other liquidity we have and where we can get cash from in an emergency. And critically, they look at our relationship with central government. And we do one of the things that supports our high credit rating, and for water care as well, is sort of close relationship with government. There's lots of funding streams. There is a very close relationship with central government. So some of our credit rating strength comes from that relationship with central government. So if their credit looks weaker, then that has sort of an indirect effect on us and other councils as well. So there is that is why we're just a little concerned and something we want to keep an eye on.
Thanks, Ross.
That's it? Okay, off you go. Well, no debate on that, I hope. Yes, there is one. Councillor Hills.
Thanks, Mayor. And I haven't spoken today, but just wanted to speak briefly. I do have pretty big concerns about what may be coming, and I know that we have great people in the organisation thinking about it, but I really feel worried that I'm not seeing exactly what might be planned. So it's not only making sure we're keeping our costs down now to prepare. I also think that it's, we just need to have a quick press go on things we can change, because I know what it was like through COVID. We know what it was like when we had the inflation spike. Suddenly we had to find all the pieces of furniture sort of overnight, and that's really tough for everyone, the community, the elected members, the staff. I know that there will be things going on, but we could have a significant change to our budget within the next month that we've not even really thought is possible. Hopefully not, let's think positive, but I think as we've learned the last 6 years, there is no better plan than a plan. And, it's, I believe, some of the biggest decisions which were seen, as too woke or something around emissions, but I think the buses, I've been speaking to Stacey and the team over the last few weeks, the electric buses are cushioning us. The electric ferries, when they're on, and even though the government has ripped the 75 million out of our support for future electric ferries, I think, the ferries are the biggest slice of the pie in our diesel use. It's not nonsense, but, I didn't interrupt you all day today, Councillor Lee, but it's nice to be interrupted as per normal programming. The fleet 2020, we did get criticised for that as well, but like you say, Phil, we've switched that almost completely into electric, which means we are cushioned. I just think we should be looking at everything we've been doing here and there, which has been great. The gas boilers, the art gallery, the different things we were doing, Go Media Stadium, but can we ramp any of that up operationally without having to make decisions? Because I know there's a lot that goes on in this place that is not, especially have to come back here. There may be things in the shelf that we can do. On public transport, we know we have to look, and I see the Mayor's been speaking about it, how can we get the government to help us on that? We are going to need more funding. I've noticed on my bus myself, and we're seeing the stats come through, is a significant change. And we may have to look at pop-up bus lanes, pop-up cycleways, whatever, because if things continue as they are, and we're seeing far more drastic moves overseas than we're seeing here, and I think we're a little bit further away than the rest of the world than we think about. So I just want to make sure that we can try and keep our community in check, because it could get pretty hard. So I know we're thinking about it, but I just feel very nervous that I don't see a plan. I don't know what is going on, and I'd love to know what we can do quickly and what we hope we will never have to use. So kia ora.
Good points. Thank you very much for that. I'll just ask the CEO to report back to us on what the actual costs of various things are, because there's some hefty subsidies out there which will probably look even worse currently in what we're doing. And I was interested to know that the Prime Minister thought that fares covered the costs of public transport, which shows how onto it he was. And some of them don't come within a bull's roar of it. And we might have to cut some services. You might not be able to get to Waiheke every hour of the day. So we should be thinking about a war footing. Well, there was a war footing, when if it turns to custard, it'll be food trucks that'll get the first shot at this, and public transport second. Righto. Nobody else. All those in favour of accepting that report?
Aye.
Councillor Lee?
Yeah, just
Sorry.
a point of clarity. In terms of diesel usage in Auckland, the percentage-wise, heavy road freight 55 to 65%, light commercial diesel vehicles 10 to 15%, construction off-road machinery 10 to 15%, buses 3 to 5%, marine, ports and ferries 2 to 4%, other generators, industry 2 to 5%. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All those in favour of receiving that, please say aye.
Aye.
To contrary, carried. Thank you very much. We've got a couple of little kind of ones that we usually just accept and throw through. Where are they now?
Happy to move.
Councillors, I might just take the opportunity to
8.6.
explain what we're doing. So we've had a couple of items that weren't time critical and we're deferring them. Okay. We're going to move into confidential, and and with your indulgence, we're going to change the order because we've got guests here in relation to the Gulf Harbour item. So we'll move to that as the first item after
Just before
going
you
into
do that, I know 8.6 status on actions and 8.7 summary of information. I'll move that those are jointly received and seconded by Councillor Hills. All those in favour, please say aye. Okay, procedural motion to exclude the public. I'll move that, and the second will be the Deputy Mayor, and all those people want to go into secrecy, please say aye. Contrary,
Aye.
carried, lost. Okay, anyone who's not supposed to be here, sod off. And
To have an adjournment.
we'll have an adjournment for a couple of minutes. And
They're all day waiting for 8.3 and we're not going to do it.
well, that was about telling us what we're not going to do anyhow. So we're not going to do it. We're not going to not go to do it now. We're going to not do it later. The item about local government reorganisation, which recommended we didn't do anything at. We'll just put it off till next month.
5th of May.
Hey?
5th of May.
Yep. And the other one was the next one before that.
And we've got an extraordinary on the 14th for the bylaws, which we have to do, and we will
On the
deal with it
14th, we're going to do the bylaws, okay, of April. Okay.
then. Councillors online, can you please